Oh, Bethany. Bug. Dude, what the? Wait. Project. Is that Alex?
Alex.
I thought I heard a meow, but maybe not. Yeah. Turn your love around. There go that monster. There goes my hero. Watch him as he goes. The man, the myth, the moth, the meth, the man, the myth. There goes my hero. There goes. What? Like, what? That's illegal. What's happening on the stream today? Lots of stuff. Glad you asked. Hang tight. I'll break it all down in just a brief moment. That was funny. Coach, have you ever thought about giving life advice?
No, don't ask for life advice.
I mean, it's part of, I think my coaching talks about it when necessary. But I don't know. I give life advice where I have experience or where I've learned stuff, but I tend to avoid going too broad spectrum because I don't feel like I'm fully qualified in some aspects. There goes my boomer losing his mind. Let's start off today's stream on a good note. Come on, guys. Come on, one more time. USA! It's just so good, dude. I don't care. Qualify, thanks for the sub. Thank you, Bobby. Gentlemen, start your engines. How can you not know what he's saying? Have you given thoughts about Sombra besides your tweet? No, I've not. I think here's the thing, guys. I try to live by the perspective if you don't know, don't say anything. And I'm not very good at that, but I'm trying. So when I see the Sombra thing and I'm like, oh, haha, they didn't take our rework idea. Ha, joke. Funny. Oh, drink a little bleach, But we don't know. So I'm not going to sit here and overreact about something that I haven't even played. I don't have any insight that these Sombra players have. We haven't even played the characters. So I'm not there are some things that are not objectively, but are pretty darn subjectively bad, right? I was very negative about Ramatra's ultimate. I was very negative about Lifeweaver initially. But I also like to reserve judgment when it makes sense, and I'm going to reserve judgment. It could be really good, it could be really bad. I probably imagine it's somewhere in between. So we're just going to have to wait and see. Serious Slugger. Go watch Community now. Is that a show? I mean, you got the woman, the accomplishments, and the state of mind. I'd say that's pretty qualified. Thank you. I appreciate it. We'll see.
Think of any clever spam, so you
Oh, Genuine gifted subs. I didn't even notice. I'm still scrolling down through chat. Thank you, Genuine. It's me, Phelps, Alcatraz, Akrat, Zawiba, you feet. I'm bad. Oh, sorry, I'm allergic to lies. The resurgence of Kevin Hames. Yes, watching the Spylo Eel Master coaching session with Spylo stream now on the other monitor. Yeah, that multiple multitasking. You have the hottest takes of all time. I almost spat my drink with the bleach comment. Yeah. Lightwaves. I can't think of any clever spam, so you get a pass. Thankfully. Thank you so much, Lightwaves. 67 months. And I finally get a pass. I'm not going to doom post or celebrate till I play. I just think that's a general idea. It's just like, if you don't know, it's okay just to not know. Cheers, Fade. Welcome. Most sane creator. That's like saying the least jacked professional football player. There's still an element of insanity involved. That's unavoidable, but that's okay. Oh, look, it's Alex.
For Alex. Here he is. He's back, guys. Adorable.
Alex is back.
He's like a panda bear. He's fat. He's gotten fatter. He's really cute. He loves to purr.
It's a stray cat that we're trying to take care of and trying to put up for adoption.
He
Hi, buddy.
wants a home. You too could own this Spylo stray cat. He's really sweet. Look at his face. Look at his little goatee.
Good boy.
Okay, he wants to get down now. But please adopt him.
Granby, get down from the counter.
Before it's cold outside.
Yeah, we're trying to find him a home. This is just basically a stray cat. And the area we have here is really bad for stray cats. So, yeah. Which football? EU. Rack your weights, homie? No. It just means easier access. You know, do a dish, curl a weight, catalog a book, put a book away, do a curl. Thoughts on Samoa? I haven't played it. It looked super cool though. It looks super, super cool. And to be honest, I think visuals are like, this is a bit of a hot take, but visual, like fun impression of the character is like one of the most important things. So, because it's going to make people want to play it and try it out and have fun while they're doing it. So there might be some bad things about it that we haven't really discovered, but it looked really fun. Looks like he already has a home. No, he doesn't. We can't have another cat. We can't have another cat. He does not get along with other cats. He doesn't stay in our house. He's an outside cat that roams the neighborhood that we have given food to because he was literally like bone thin when we first saw him. Okay. What about not getting sick? No. This is just allergies. I'm not sick. Hey, Spylo, how are you doing? Mr. Handsome? Doing great, thank you. Okay, let's do this, chat. So what we have to start with today is me closing down Overwatch, actually. What we have to start with today is the one bug and quality of life fix. So the juice is that because Overwatch League is dead, then there's so much more time to catch up on all these projects. We're going to be doing the DPS, official DPS guide starting, week after next? Yeah, week after next. That's going to be fun. Yeah, week after next. So we have a whole ton of things to go over. So this one is a project that's been delayed for like a week and a half, 2 weeks, I think, because I'm an idiot. Well, actually, I'm not an idiot. The internet died. That started off, and then the whole Overwatch thing. So, isn't there a shelter you can drop them off to? No, all the shelters are full. This area is really bad. They're euthanizing animals in our area. There's so many cats. People, and we like literally almost every single time we go anywhere, there's a dead cat on the side of the road. Roadkill. It's pretty bad. But yeah. Okay. So here's the goal of today's project. The goal of today's project is to come up with some fixes or quality of life changes for every character in the Overwatch cast. So in other words, what is something that you wish was changed about this character, this character, this character, this character? These aren't necessarily balance changes so much as just they would make the character more fun or less frustrating to play. And I think that there was a lot of things like that. But I don't trust my judgment to make all of these. Some of them, like I think Doomfist, we're just going to be honest and be like, Doomfist just needs to have his bugs fixed. Like that's all there is to it. There's not a lot to it. But some of them are a lot more complex than that. So if you're interested in giving your feedback, we're going to go through all of them. Jump in the Discord and toss your suggestions in here because I really want to do this pretty thoroughly here. So let's start off. I really don't have any order here. We should probably start with tank here. So let's just start off with tank. How do you guys do this? Look for in channel, in. How do I do this? In, not info fac, in one. Somebody showed me a new, can you link your Discord? Exclamation mark Discord. Makes you, and then Diva. Control F. Well, does that work in Discord? Oh my goodness gracious, you're right. It does work in Discord. Whoa, I thought that was only like other things. Okay, so let me get my notepad pulled up here. I feel like the easiest way to do this is just to go down like chronologically down each post and just have like create categories in notepad. I feel like that would be easiest. Call life. And we'll do this. All right, so let me zoom in just a little wee. Okay. Doomfist mains in question. I mean, I think Doomfist is just really simple bug fixes. I feel like there's just so many bugs with how his abilities work, his interactions with other characters, slide punches, momentum, all that kind of stuff. There's really nothing that needs to be done with Doomfist besides bug fixes. So like the bug fix for Doomfist is just bug fixes in general. And I would trust somebody like Quake to give a good opinion of like a hierarchy of bug fixes. Okay, let's keep going here. For Wrecking Ball, so let's put Wrecking Ball. Doom Slam reverted the beta version with the slow. Yeah. Now, wait. So more to the beta version, a lot more text, more skill. How? See, I'm out of the loop with this stuff because I don't play enough of each character. Fill me in on what you're talking about though, because I'm curious. Wrecking Ball, make his grapple hook infinite duration. I feel like this would be OP. There's a reason it doesn't have infinite duration, so I don't like this. Make him immune to being body block. I actually like this body block issue. Yeetle brought it up in his Why Wrecking Ball is Dead video, and now every single time I play Wrecking Ball, I can't ignore it. It's like, ugh! The fact that you get like hard body blocked and bonked around by like a tiny little 100-pound UK pipsqueak is like crazy to me. Like, it's actually such an annoying thing for Wrecking Ball to be body blocked by tiny little people. Better stair slam, smoother movement during slam. Slam reversion. Yeah. You could bunny hop. The stair slam is way easier to do. You could turn during a stair slam a lot easier. Beta slam. Bunny hop, stair slam is easier. Turn, easier, more tech. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'll trust your word on it. Ignoring tank's knockback reduction passage. Ignore tank's knockback passive. I mean, that's definitely treading more on the balance side of things, like just a straight. But I actually think it's worth considering. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. Yeah, because that is one of the problems with tank as well. Again, addressed by Yeetle, is that Ball has such a horrifically bad matchup versus tanks, and now it's gotten even worse. Where even like your utility through CC is like completely irrelevant now. Paulify says no. We're doing the exclamation mark project. Taking away some health for CC immunity. Yeetle's adaptive shields. You guys remember the tank debate? I think Yeetle's idea had some promise here. We're trying to not tread too much into like balance changes, but things like this I think are close enough to consider. Okay, let's keep going here. Don't forget, if I didn't see your suggestion, it might be that it just got lost in the Twitch chat. I'm the only like streamer with like 5 viewers that can't keep up with the Twitch chat. So just drop it in here, and I will go over it. Just keep going here. Okay, I answered all this. Reinhardt charge should break Junkrat trap, Iliari pylon, Torb turret. I don't know about trap. Trap feels, I don't like trap, but I feel like that doesn't make sense. Turret for sure. What counts as quality of life? Use your judgment. I don't think there's no way that I could possibly define it to be very clear. We're broad spectrum here. What do you guys think about Reinhardt charge breaking Torb turret or pylon? Am I going to talk about Sombra's rework? Honestly, no. I will talk about it extensively. I'm planning on grinding her in ranked a little bit when it comes out. You stun turret, right? Do you do damage to the turret? How do I not know this? Somebody log on. Somebody log on. Do you do the full pin damage to turret? Because if you do the full pin damage, all right, Lightwaves, you don't think so? I know you stun the turret. Yeah. I'm pretty sure you stun the turret, but if you don't like, what is pin damage? Is it 220, 220, 200? Why do I not know these things? This is my job. I guess to be fair, like knowing all the individual details is always 225 when pinned to a wall. My opinion is that yeah, 225. So, okay, what am I doing here? Lightwaves, go, Ryan. Yeah, Krupson, just drop it in the channel. What are we doing here? This is what I felt like walking around in Toronto. Except not the gun part. Maximum power. The hammer. Where's Lightwaves? So 225 HP. Yeah, see, that's dumb. If you want to stun it, fine. But the damage should, and I think it should do pin damage too. Because if you think about the reason why pin does so much damage is because you're hitting it with a solid object. But the fact that it's anchored into the ground should mean that it takes like the full damage. Like for example, if I took a sledgehammer to like a wooden plank, but I anchored it in the ground, if I hit the sledgehammer to the wooden plank, that plank is snapping, right? But if I just stood it up, why are you doing this to me? If you just stood at the help and you hit it with a sledgehammer, you might break it or you might just knock it over if it's not anchored. I think it should do the full damage. Of course. Yeah, I think that's done. It's a tiny little change. Pin should do full damage to turrets. Yeah. I don't think you should pin it. I think that's kind of silly because I think you just smash into it and it stops your momentum, but it also does the full damage to the turret and breaks it. That seems to make. Is it the most impactful change? No, but that's the whole point of this thing here, right? Is that we're not like obsessing over like big balance changes, just like things that feel bad when they happen, right? Trap, I would say no. Why is Lightweight doing this to me? I think trap would feel bad because the whole point of the trap is that it's a trap, you know. But yeah, come here.
I hate that.
Yeah, this is my cat freaking loves my new setup I have for her. Check it. She's totally conked. Got a new spot. Okay, let's keep going here. So, Diva Mech can't be damaged during the remech animation. I don't know how I feel about this. Isn't there like an invulnerability frame with it? I swear there already is an invulnerability frame. I swear. I'm so certain of it. Because I know I get like hit markers, but they still have like full HP. I think if we're going to go anything for D.Va, it's going to be that she should be able to remech sooner after bomb or something. Because she freaking dies. I think it's more of like, again, this is, I know we're treading on balance changes, but I don't give a rip. Like we're going for specific balance changes. If they are balance changes, that would feel much, much better for the character. Bro, Apollo, I've been saying this for months, dude. Just because you're Florida man doesn't get you superiority. No, not even faster animation, just sooner, because you have to wait for the entire D.Va bomb to go off. Yeah, I've been saying this since like, I don't even know, February, March? June, July? No, yeah. So I don't know. I don't like this. I just think, but I think that in general, like being able to remech sooner would be pretty good. Because like D.Va bomb is so freaking bad in like higher levels. It's a big problem. Freaking ice cream cake. I'm so excited. Why is he yelling? Okay, decrease the power of nade on tanks, but give Ana some type of mobility or bring the 75 damage back. This is trading too much unbalanced stuff. I think it's maybe worth putting in nade duration reduced on tanks. We've already talked about this in our support hero rework, but maybe we can throw that in there. Yeah. Unless somebody else has some things with Ana. What do you guys think? Is there anything that you guys would think with Ana? I'm trying to think. Okay. Before we move on, Wrecking Ball. I think the Wrecking Ball, we got some good ones. Reinhardt. I mean, the obvious one is just shatter consistency. Can anyone think of any situations that are like factors with shatter consistency? D.Va. I don't know. D.Va feels okay if we talk about the remake thing. Micro missiles, no. Melee, booster boot, matrix. Ana. Anything? Let's think positive for Ana here, you know? Is there anything that feels bad with Ana? I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think there's anything wrong with Ana, no? The only thing is like getting body block with nades, but like that, that's just not solvable, really. Oh yeah, there is that weird interaction when some like your damage just doesn't register when they get a health back sometimes, but this seems like such a nitpicky thing. I don't think, but see, you guys are talking about like Ana mobility, but I just don't think she needs it. You know, like here's the way I look at it is like if your character has some form of like, I don't think the characters that have a lot of range necessarily need a lot of mobility. I'm all for the mobility creep guy, but if you don't necessarily need it and they still have enough dynamics with their abilities, I don't think they necessarily need it. Yeah, the full HP teammates, like right. So I feel like Ana's probably fine. Maybe I'll come up with an idea in here that will change my opinion. Change the physics engine to make objects and terrain more slippery so Lucio makes it feel better to play. What do you guys think about this one? The problem with suggestions like these is not that there's a problem with suggestion. I just feel like I'm out of my element. You know, like I don't feel like I can consistently give a good opinion on this, you know? I see what you're saying, Brax, but I don't know if that's necessary. Pin consistency? Maybe. Is pin consistency just a misread? Pin consistency from misreading the hitbox? Because I noticed that with like the left shoulder suck is because the hitbox looks funny. Could be nice, yeah. How much money did VOD review the Mizzou versus ISU football game today? $4? Bro, it's like a football game. It's like 3 hours, like 2 hours or something. Oh, LSU. Bro, $4? You could, I would want both of your kidneys. Not because I want to sell them, but just because I would like you on life support. That would be a positive for the society. No comment on the physics, because I just feel like maybe this is just outside my pay grade. Maybe we just put like a disclaimer that like all this like physics crap and like the tiny little details, I'm just like, I'm dumb. So physics stuff, I'm outside my knowledge zone. He's right-handed. What do you want? What do you talk? Oh, yeah. Okay. Ball give less HP and adaptive shields, but add CC immunity when using shields. Yeah. Cleanse current CC effects on vape. I'm avoiding Roadhog just because I feel like we'd have to like look at his rework to decide what we want to do. Add one shot back. Yeah, I feel like probably Sigma one shot. Reaper. So many options. Faster TP is probably one. Grandbjorn. You pronounce it hours? No, 3 hours. Hours. I don't have an accent. I pronounce things perfectly. It's your problem, not mine. Increase recon viability, make tank form 4 seconds. I don't know. Bastion ones tread very carefully on more like balanced stuff than anything else. I feel like for Bastion, you should just do it. Bastion, no self damage from nade. I feel like just to add consistency, just make it more consistent when it comes to mobility too. Imagine if Reaper could drop a funky while you TP. So like if you make your hitbox smaller, so when you go like, you know, repositioning, you can be like, so you make yourself harder to hit. You're pre-teabagging upon the exit of the TP. Give on an arc for nade where you can aim and turn off either on and help people learn to toss nade better. Yeah, I could see that. Ugh. Could I showcase that against Soilo? I would have said, if you said Spilo, yeah. But Soilo, no, I don't know who Soilo is, sadly. What if Reaper's quality of life changed is that you just gave him a bazooka and he just killed everybody? What if Reinhardt's quality of life change is a big pink fluffy skirt? Kiriko, fix TP once and for all. Joker moment. Quality of life. Make it so you aren't forced to reload heals whenever you stop shooting them. Maybe, yeah. Please demonstrate that one more time. Sorry, man. You said Soilo. I missed it. Give Reaper a tactical nuke. Make it so the pylon always has prioritized healing you first if you're below certain HP for. Yeah, I think some sort of sound cue, Larry. Better on shots. Diva, unaffected by Symmetra turrets and Mei primary is slow. To be honest with you, it just the fact that Mei's primary slows is the problem. You know, I don't know if I would go that far. Have a Spylo narrator voice yell at you during the game. How about compliment?
Hey, nice job, buddy. Great job. Way to take one for the team. Keep giving it your all, pal.
I'm so tempted one of these days to do like a full hour video where I just like motivate you guys for an hour or insult for literally just like an hour. I just read off motivational stuff. Christian Bale. Horror movie trailer narrators. Give me something to read. Give me something to read and I'll do it. Type something in chat and I'll do it. Lucio, make beat faster. Someone feels like it takes a century to beat. Lucio, I don't know if I want it to be faster though. I don't know if I want it to be faster. I feel like that's part of the skill of the character. Custom crosshair and Bastion turret would be good. Spylo core. Could be, yeah. Deployables not being destroyed by payload or pushbot. But how would you? But what do you guys think? Sam deployables. Special ping plus voice lines for enemies that are afflicted by anti-healing. Maybe. Give Pharah the control button ability. Also, by the way, did you guys see about the Pharah thing? Listen to this juice. Listen to this juice. Just bathe in this. Rinse yourself.
Are there any other heroes that you're looking at in a similar light that you would like to make large changes to as well?
There's a hero. It's not a rework. Let me just state this. It is not a rework. I'm calling it a readjustment for now, but we're looking at Pharah and we're looking at how to change a little bit of her playstyle to be, we keep saying like more active, but it's really about looking at how her feathering playstyle, like sort of floating feathering above, and making that something that's more engaging in the horizontal space as well. And being able to, she's a bit faster, but she won't be up in the air feathering the same way she will. So that's something we're experimenting with, still trying to find like what the right balance of all that is. But that's something we are looking at the moment.
I am so happy I asked that question. Are there any other?
Sweet justice. Justice reigns from next to me, just right over there. Justice travels horizontally. Yes. Our hero rework. Surely that's why this went into operation. Surely. Yes. Delightful. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, Geomaster. Speaking of which, so I'm gonna pass on this because we don't really know what the deal is with Pharah. So I think Pharah gets puts on the blacklist as well. Pharah, Roadhog, also Sombra, right? You don't really know, Justice reigns from side. Her ability and ultimates need to be consistent for all of them when losing duplicate mode. For example, when deploying a Bob and the duplicate expires, the Bob stays and timers up to loses all health. When Echo Data boosts teammates. Oh, that's true. That's true. Echo. Consistency with what lasts post copy and what doesn't. I've noticed that with Blizzard, I think, as well, just evaporates for no reason, which is kind of rough. Okay. Wow. We got a little bit of a wall of text here. Lovely. Doomfist, let him ult when hindered. Not a bad idea. I mean, there's so many things, you know what I'm saying? Make her less tanky and fortify, but increase movement speed and spin stretch mobility. What do you guys think? Is there toying with Orisa mobility, like, is that treading too far outside of quality of life? Remove hinder, true. Well, then does Orisa need any quality of life changes then? Because if not, then like, I guess maybe we just leave her as is. Maybe hitbox. Hit on Javelin's too big? By a little bit, maybe. I don't feel like there's a lot that's wrong with her. Yeah, I think Orisa's mostly fine quality of life bug hitbox. Yeah. Ram, extra damage to the Nemesis to targets and Vortex would be cool. I don't agree with that. Let's see. Are there any Ramattra quality of life changes that aren't like egregiously balance oriented? Yeah, actually, you know what? I will agree with that. I think it's treading a little bit unbalanced. Projectile. Yeah. Projectile. Speed increase. Damage reduction. I know that's close to balance, but I do feel like it's such a clunky part of his kit that like I think it's deserved. Make his E retire, maybe? Yeah. Or ult. Well. Rotational ram shield would take too long of an input, though, I feel like, maybe. Yeah, what's the deal with the Ramattra thing? You'll summon Salt Shaker? Only real ones will remember. I don't trust you guys. Yeah, I know. But people are like, oh, well, you don't need to do that. And some people are like, you do need to do that. So 675. Oh, shoot. Well, I'm full HP. Somebody come shoot me. Is there anybody in my friends list on? No. Somebody throw up your battle tag. Come shoot me. Wait, no, wait. Is Light Waves here? Light Waves is here. Light Waves. Where's light waves? Ah! What the? Oh my gosh. That's terrifying. That was terrifying. What the heck, man? Without audio, I didn't. Oh my gosh. Okay, well, let's find out about this armor heal because I don't trust you guys. Okay. Hit me, hit me, hit me. Yeah, see, I got armor. I got armor. Now we'll try it with a cancel. So lame. Okay, there we go. So here, hit me. Drop. Yeah, wait. I mean, I feel like I'm getting it. No? Maybe I'm not getting like the full amount. I know I healed. Yeah, for sure. I'm not gonna lie. I don't care enough to actually test whether the exact amount was there then. Yeah, so this is, you guys see, this is why we fact check. You know what I'm saying? This is why we fact check here, you know? Wait, that time I didn't get it. Or did I have the maximum amount of armor already? Yeah, see, I didn't take any damage to on Nemesis form. Never mind. Hang tight. Don't make fun of me. I know. Okay, ready? Here we go. Hit me. There is some of my armor gone. There's the armor back, right? Yeah, see? Being baited. Try it one more time. Yeah, see, and yeah. So what you do, the only reason that you might want to do that is you might want to take some of your Nemesis form, let some of your Nemesis form whittle down, and then you wouldn't. It would be really broken if you like pop Nemesis form and then immediately press Q and got the additional 200 armor. You'd have like 875 HP, of which half of which would be armor. So I think this is I don't like this. So yeah, I'm glad we checked. Why are you guys talking about like Arissa Holt and beams? Oh, beams. I was like, why are we talking about beams or beams? I don't feel like Ryan needs any buffs, to be honest. Even CC reduction, I think he's fine. Are you talking about Arissa rework? Bro, Arissa doesn't need that much of a rework. I know it's a bit of a hot take. I think she just needs like more consistent mobility and less tankiness during Fortify. I still think she's really fun to play in some circumstances. Sigma, let him absorb any health from Suck if it's stunned out of it. I disagree. Personally. I think part of this, the play around the stun is like kind of the counterplay. I think that should stay. I think there needs to be some sort of counterplay to Suck. I think the stun is still fine. So you can't like ref people out of grav. But then, like, what's the point of like, dude? I don't even freaking know about Lifeweaver, bro. Like, here's the thing with Lifeweaver now. The entire ability's existence is just to pull people out of bad spots now, and it feels like really bad. Can we slightly zoom in? Yeah. What the frick do we do with Zarya, bro? Cancel his Suck? Maybe. Yeah, maybe that's not a bad idea. Thanks, Soilo. Cancel his Suck when you hack him. Bro, what do you guys think? You can't fake, but because my only problem with this is then that's why you play Lifeweaver, right? But is that just like fundamentally flawed? I freaking hate Lifeweaver. I hate heroes that are like, it's like the Mercy. It's like the whole hero is so stupidly flawed. It makes you have to do stupid stuff. Poop. Literal poop. You could freaking pedal people out of. Maybe you shouldn't be able to pedal people out of it. Because that seems dumb. That seems dummy. Yeah, I don't know about pedal or life grip, but pedal for sure. May revert M1 doing this, no? What do you guys think about this? Yeah, Owl is over for now. It's probably over forever. I don't think this is that big of a deal. Yeah. Okay. Phil Reinhardt, get vertical mobility. Whoa. I don't agree with that necessarily. Are we considering seriously a Biggie cheese take? That's true. That's true. I like salted egg getting burst damage for a few seconds. What do you guys? Ow, the frick. Ow. Oh, ouch. Burst damage after a few seconds of tasering. Does Winston need anything? Do we want to do that? Where like you zap somebody for like 4 seconds and they go like a. I don't feel like it's. I don't think Winston needs anything either. This is why you guys are here, to confirm my ideas. If I disagree with you, I ignore you. See, I don't know if I even agree with a reversion of the recent secondary fire change, because the recent secondary fire change allowed it to be a lot easier to actually use it as part of the combo. Because the charge up took so long, it made the combo like less viable. That Winston bubble on Primal. I feel like Orisa headshots and Fortify. I feel like this is more balanced because that's going to require a lot of other tweaks to make that work. I mean, I agree, but like not right now. And I don't even know about D.Va. Okay, here's a hot take. Maybe I'm off the goop. Spot the cat. These are just that line is so blurry. Maybe I'm off the goop, but what do you guys think about what is D.Va's cooldown on boosters now? Right, so 3.5 seconds. What if D.Va's cooldown on boosters was like 4.5 or 5 seconds, but it went a little bit further? So you had like a little bit more range on it. Would that be bad? I don't know. Don't think that's good? Okay. Yeah, she's probably fine. Yeah. Yeah, fair point. Yeah, fair point. Okay. Yeah, fair enough. I'm just thinking like trying to figure out like how to make her mobility feel like more impactful, because it feels like with D.Va, it's just like you never have any cooldowns. Like they're always available, but it sometimes feels like you can't do a lot with them. But I also feel like that maybe you just end up chasing people around the map too much. I don't know. And by go further, I mean it would be faster, not necessarily longer duration. Decrease wind up time for ultimate. Thoughts? I think maybe okay if like 0.1 seconds or something like tiny. Yeah, like teeny tiny zero, like teeny. Huh. You think it's still waking much competitive Overwatch 2? I don't know, actually. I don't know. I think I have literally no idea if there's a way to make money in Overwatch 2. To be honest with you guys, I have no idea. I don't think anybody can really know. It depends on what happens in the next 6 months. Really? Ooh, Fade. What do you guys think about Fade's idea? Where you hit your ult again and you stop the, you know? So it allows you to cancel it short. I don't know what the deal is with the Saudi League. You know? So you go, instead of going, you can go, what do you guys think? We've got all the good takes, by the way. Also, like the sound effect to be, yeah. Time for the reckoning. Be super intimidating. You have no idea what he's trying to say? Listen, I can't, I can't bother myself if you don't understand my communication level. Axe and shout at the same time. Maybe. Ramatra. I mean, this just is like, I mean, I agree, but yeah, it's too much. I wonder what character this person plays. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right, buddy. Sure thing. What do you guys think of Fan the Hammer? Dead ability, stupid ability, fine as is, replaceable with something else. I want an ability where Cassie takes out his cigar and, or no, he just starts puffing really hard, you know, and gives secondhand smoke to everybody around him. And his teammates, the enemy teammates around him, start taking a small damage over time. He starts puffing, and everybody around him starts taking damage over time. Lung cancer passive, right. I think that would be a good suggestion. But yeah, I don't know what to think about Fan the Hammer. It's like the only time it's actually useful, it feels miserable. Like I freaking hate Cassie, but yet most of the time it's like literally irrelevant. It's so niche, and when it does hit, it feels so skillless too, right? So it's like it doesn't feel good for anybody, right? So what's the solution here? Be better if he instead increases fire rate when he smokes a cigar, right? We need to check that cigar. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Cass is pretty dookie, I will say. Okay, Nerf damage until Mercy rework. Okay. Remove headshot from railgun. What? Oh no. Two. What? 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 What is going on? What is going on? What is going on? Nerf blade? Dash does 25 damage? Bro. What? Beam at 25%? Lower wall HP even more? Bro. Wow. Wow, this is a something. Right. Does Lucio need more ammo? You know what? I'm gonna test this extensively right now. Does Lucio need more ammo? Let's whip out our official testing. Sure. I mean I can see it, I guess. In our intense training ground, why not? Why not 4 more? I 4 is my final offer though, you know? So like I guess 4. What are you guys saying? Can we give Lucio 4 more ammo? Maybe we'll put it on our potential idea list. Feels kind of weird though. Wait, he can't boot while he reloads? Oh, like as in it doesn't cancel the reload. Nah, see, but that doesn't make any sense because he's reloading his gun, but he uses his gun to boop. I don't think that would make sense. Words wall ride on by default. Yeah, I feel like let's just kind of leave Lucio as is. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I do feel like whatever you think with Junkrat, forcing vertical movement with mine is dookie, cheek, butt, hole. To put it in a really sophisticated manner. Yes, Alex. Lucio the Japanese? What? Yeah, I don't know. I've seen this suggestion before, but I just don't feel like I'm qualified to really give this the idea, to give my like a take on this. You know what I'm saying? Thoughts on this one? This is actually an interesting take. My only problem with this is it doesn't really make sense, but it would be because like you're invulnerable, and the whole point is like you damage yourself so that you bubble up. But maybe you could be like it damages the bubble. Maybe the way to balance this would be that it damages your bubble if you right click yourself. Or would that be too like? Would that actually ironically be like non-quality of life because you chip your own bubble HP by damaging yourself? What are you guys saying? You know what I'm saying, right? Like the idea is that like, all right, so no, why did I do that for? The idea is that I can bubble and like still bounce. Wait, what the heck? Oh yeah. Wait, what the heck? Wait, what the heck? Am I missing something? Wait, I just messed that one up. It has to be inside the bubble, but like, oh my gosh. I swear, when the limiting factor is my total incompetence to actually even test anything. Wait. Okay, all right. Wait, dude, am I just bad? Maybe I'm just bad. No, I don't think I am because I'm nailing it here. And self bubble. Wait, I am just bad. I'm just bad. I'm just bad. I'm just bad. I'm just bad. Wait. There we go. Wait, no. Wait, am I bad? It seems, am I the only one that feels like I lose height? Oh, dude, you totally can. Dude, you can. It's just the hitbox is really small. Okay, so yeah. So basically, here's the thing. If I do it like here, it doesn't work. You have to do it. You see that? You see that? So it has to be inside the bubble. It has to be inside the bubble. And like somebody in chat was saying, the hitbox inside the bubble is really small, right? So like, you guys see when I'm looking directly at the ground, I can do it every time. But I'm not bad. I'm just like, see, that's not going to work. But as soon as the bubble expires, it does work. You guys got me? I didn't even know that. Ah! That's wild. So I guess the main takeaway is that you can bubble yourself and double, but you have to like do it like directly at the floor. So like bang, bang, you know, you have to do it directly at the floor. Let's try this. Ready? Yeah, check it, y'all. I'm the king of the world. What do you guys think then? So is there anything that Zarya needs then? I didn't know that. See, I'll do it again, ready? Ah, frick. Yeah. Okay, so we leave for now. So now you know. We'll put it on there though, just to like, I guess for public knowledge. Can right click jump if perfect in bubble. I don't know if I want to do that. It feels too more balance oriented. I think the one shot and then what was the other one? Canceling suck feels better. Sigma's already good. Revert hit scan range nerf for Ashe. Oh, that's spicy. I don't think so, no. Does Ashe need anything? The only thing I can think of is maybe like the stupid Bob thing is kind of annoying. Oh, yeah. See, that's what I'm saying, yeah? See? Her fall off range feels awful. I don't know, that treads a little bit too close to like the balance thing, maybe. I don't like, I think the reloading each one individually is part of like the character design, you know? It's like one of the shortcomings of the character that keeps her balance. So I feel like we should probably leave that. Stop Bob running. I feel like honestly, what do you guys think? Like you tap your Q again, you stop Bob running? Or would that be too broke? Because that would be a net buff. It's part of the skill of the ultimate. Fair. Yeah. Yeah, but Junker Queens is a whole lot. I don't think it's a totally fair comparison because Junker Queens is part. It's a big limitation with the ultimate. You know what I'm saying? Like, whereas with Bob, it's like there's always a solution. You know what I'm saying? Like there's if there's very few times where it's like there's just no way to place Bob properly. Whereas with Junker King, like it's legitimately really difficult to like. There are times. You know, where Bob, it's like you can always just hit somebody or hit it off of a corner and it's going to get total fine value. But Junker Queen Ultimate, like the fact that you can't cancel it is a huge problem. I think one of the things with Bob is the vertical casting. You know, that is a bit odd. That's the only thing that immediately comes to mind. And that's part of like the placement difficulty is like because he doesn't like spawn in front of you. He like spawns like behind you, up and over. So you do misplace it. What, Calix? Oh, you're talking about coach gun? What does shot blocked mean? I don't know what that means. What? What Samito video, Rack? He did a support video we're gonna look at here. When you're scoping and descoping, sometimes it doesn't shoot. Like bug? Give me an example. Do you have a video of it or do you know? Melee hold. All right, I'll try it. Ash. Shot, block, dynamite into shooting. Nothing happens. Also, am I doing it right? That bullet went off. Yeah, I know. What happens sometimes? Okay, well, we'll throw it in there, I guess. Nice shot. Thanks, man. Neo. Here's all the money. Maybe. What do you guys think about like balancing the echo HP around different tanks more? Is that trolling? Like, for example, it does feel kind of bad that like as a Ramacha or a Diva, like I have like decent survivability. But if I'm this stupid enough to like copy like a Reinhardt, I just freaking die. It's balanced, but it's more like quality of life balance, you know? So like, oh, I'm dead now, you know? Like just 350 HP for Reinhardt, you know what I'm saying? Trolling? Really? Open Q HP, yeah, maybe. Watch this flick, y'all. Ready for this flick on this trading bot? Ready? Look at that. Dang it. No, that's not what I want to do. Okay, maybe we just keep going then. Okay, technically 2, but for Macho, you should be able to hold your block button if you get stunned. So go back into it when the stun wears off, and you should be able to see your void barrier cooldown on nemesis form. Be on the I don't know about the block thing, but the void barrier cooldown is fair. Isn't that already though? You just have to turn around. But I get this. Okay, you know, here this is actually spawns a really great question. Let me actually dig around my career profile here. When's the last time I've played a one of the maps here? Have I not played a map recently? All right, let's check this out. Check this out. All's fine and dandy, right? Right? So let's wait for it. Wait for somebody to die. Okay. I think this is it right here, right? I think this is it. Maybe it's just on New Junk City. Maybe it's New Junk City. Maybe I'm thinking of New Junk City. Carbon DPS. Thank you for the sub, mate. Yeah, okay. You know what? Here's what we're gonna do. We're just gonna pull up New Junk City because I have another bone to pick. Bro, all I play is quick play, basically, because it's just with I only play this game with friends, basically. Unless I'm doing like a project. Faye, thanks for the sub. Here's a question. First off, let me get out of here. Dude, out! Let me out! Oh my gosh. Dude, let me move! Why do the walls block me sometimes and sometimes they don't? Okay, yeah, here we go. Is it this? Where's the spawn? Is it this the spawn I want? I don't think this is the spawn I want. Maybe that is the spawn I want. I exclusively hunts for quick play e-girls. Bro, they hunt for me, bro. They hunt for me. I'm the real catch. Think otherwise, you're a fool. Here's a question. I think this is the spawn. Why am I spawned in... Okay. Why did they spawn you here? I was holding shift, yeah. Why do I get spawned in the back of the flashpoint spawn room every single time? Why? It's bad enough when I'm playing a mobile character. It's absolute misery when I'm playing like Ana, Zen, or anything immobile. Like this, the maps are massive enough. Why does it spawn me in the very back of the room? Every single time I spawn in, I feel like punching a hole in the wall. I'm like, oh, great. I got the long, like 7-hour walk back from Guam. And then I realize not only am I in Guam, I'm back in Nicaragua. You know, I'm back on Madagascar. I have to swim the ocean just to leave the spawn room, much less actually get back to the point. Why is that a thing? Who thought that this was a good idea? They said, oh, you know what? There's a lot of walking on Flashpoint. Let's make it worse. Let's make it worse. What possible, like what, it's like what they did with, like, you know what it is? It's the rap country music, the country rap music, where they take the two most controversial, and certainly with country, the worst genre in music, and they made it worse. Nobody knows why, but they did it anyway. It's a war crime. It's a war crime in a video game. Why do they do that? Why? It's bad enough to walk as it is. Why must we make it longer? Why? Why do they do this? Hey guys, I just want to play the overgame. No, I'm all the way in the back of the spawn room. Why? It's like they did all this work on all these like designs, and they're like, oh, this is a really cool spawn room. Let's make sure people stay in there a really long time. That's great. It's like, what is it? That one horror movie where they're like forcing your eyeballs open. Look at the spawn room. Enjoy it. We spent a lot of time on it. Enjoy it. Please, dude. So annoying, man. So annoying. It's actually really frustrating. So thank you for that, Spoony Love, because yeah. So boring, man. It's like an open world game, right? Right. Diva boosters remove slow effects. It's kind of an interesting idea. What do you guys think about that? Diva boosters remove slow effects so you can just go crankety crank right through it. Does that? Well, here's the question: are there other movement abilities affected by slows? Can you slow Doomfist? Can you slow Doomfist punch? I actually don't even know. I really don't. Okay, so yes. So then maybe then we don't do that. Kind of. Yeah, that's my favorite Overwatch answer. Kind of. Winston jump, Doomfist, Wrecking Ball, Fireball. No, I'm saying yes, do it. No, I know you're saying yes, do it, because I know what character you play. But I'm ignoring you. There's a reason I'm ignoring you. It's not just because you're a Florida man, although that's a nice bonus. You're the coach. I don't know, bro. Bro, I don't know. I don't know. Okay. Less janky pin hitbox. Grass grants overhealth instantly rather than at the end of its duration. I'm not sure how I feel about that one. I understand the logic behind it, but I don't know. To me, it kind of gives you a little bit of counterplay to the defensive capability it provides. Yeah, it's based on how much you suck up, right? So like instead of it gives, but like to me that's the whole point of like the CC thing is that like it kind of like in the Sigma mirror, like playing versus something with CC, you have to be smart with it. I don't know. I mean, it wouldn't remove the motivation to stun as Sigma and the shift. I get that, but I don't know. I like the change of just being able to cancel it whenever you want to more. What do you guys think? I like the idea of canceling it whenever you want to more. Personally. I don't know why, but I do like the idea of canceling it. What do you guys think about these changes? Any of these stand out to you? Actually, there's one thing with Iliari which definitely should be. Melee shouldn't cancel solar regeneration. I bet you guys didn't even know this. I bet you... What is the obsession with one dad versus kids? Why is child abuse in my video game? Okay. Check this one out. Check this one out. I bet you guys didn't even know this one. Check this out. Watch my thing, you know, right? Okay, it regenerates. Pause the heal, right? It doesn't regenerate until I stop using it. Which kind of makes sense because you're using solar power, I guess. Although you could argue that doesn't make a whole lot of sense because I'm clearly regenerating solar power on my heal while I'm shooting, right? So it's a little bit inconsistent with that. So I can get that. But check this one out. Shoot, melee, pause. You see that? Shoot, melee. Meleeing pauses your regen, bro. And I have no freaking idea why. Am I missing something? Where's light waves? Is there like an anim? Can anybody see the melee animation? Does it like use the sun? Am I hitting people with the sun? Bam! Like I see like a yellow flash there, right? But that's actually such a look, light waves. Go Iliari. Go Iliari. Do some melees. Do some melees here. It doesn't look like she's using the sun. I don't like it. I don't like it. Because the whole point is, it's like, if you're at point blank range on anybody anyway, like, it doesn't matter. Like, this isn't a big deal. It's just dumb. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, it was our vibe. Like, I didn't even know this was a thing. I'm like, wow, this is really dumb. I don't buy the whole that it would be like broken DPS wise, because you're playing basically a sniper character in melee range. If you could do more damage through shoot melee, then be my guest. You know what I'm saying? Drink for this? Where are the, oh, yeah, I got some more over here. You know what might be fun? They'll never do this, and I think it'd probably be broken, but just like a cool idea would be fun for some experimental patch. What if your melee actually used stun damage? So it like drained your thing, but it did like a certain amount. Like you hit somebody with it, it did like 40 damage and a 20 damage DOT, or a 30 damage DOT. You know what I'm saying? So you could like melee, or maybe that just be done. That's just really dumb. I think it's just really dumb. It would be kind of dumb though, because you should just hit a shot if you're gonna do that. But I don't know. It's yeah, I don't know. Oh yeah, Life Weaver. We said the Life Weaver change. Auto charge, heal, or no heal ammo. It's boring that he has to do both. We've talked about that before. I just stole your stun damage idea. What are you gonna do about it, bro? I'm gonna be making millions off of your IP, and all you're gonna be sit there and be pathetic. Just sit there and be pathetic. That's all. You can't do anything about it, bro. I've got the platform. I have like 200 followers on Instagram, and who are you? Right? Who are you? Spylo Dark Side. What do you mean Dark Side? This is just Spylo, period. Just because you guys haven't seen it doesn't mean that's like some secret dark side. Change healing to be more like Doom Reload, but with 10 max ammo. What do you guys think? That like you can't like. What do you guys think about this change? This would be like a pretty major rework, but I don't know if I like it or not. I think because we haven't seen it, it makes it secret. See, I can't help it if you guys can't pick. Yeah, see, there you go. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, that's good. It's good. An anonymous gifter. you got a gifted sub out of it. You got a gifted sub out of it. I need help, guys. What do you guys think? The max ammo thing? No hands. I didn't gift it to myself. Bro, do you think I would give Jeff Bezos $2.50? Oh, Lankagen. Oh. Okay, can we just agree on the Zenyatta change? Freaking give me back my Discord range. You Neanderthalic morons can't even mouth breathe properly without choking on your own polluted spittle. Freaking hate that change, bro. Literally one. I mean that one is like not the most impactful change in the history of the universe, but one of the dumbest things that the Blizzard team has done, like ever. Like it didn't even come close to addressing the problem at all, and just made the character super unfun to play. It's like, why are you doing this? The mage changes were bad too, but there was like they were trying to make the gun more complex, which I guess I can get, but no, that was just dumb. Bye, Lightwaves. Sometimes I randomly choke in my own saliva too. Bro, I have the worst thing. We call it the Clifton curse, where like my whole family, like food goes down the wrong pipe. Not literally, but like or water or something. Like once a month, I like die choking. Like I'm like, and Beth is always like, "Are you fine?" I'm like, "I'm fine." Just the stupid Clifton curse. Like our throats are all like genetically screwed up. Freaking terrible. It's so obnoxious. Add a sound warning. Okay. You swish your water, that won't happen. Bro, I'm not swishing my water. Can you imagine this? Yeah, great drink, guys. All right, let's take another step. Just because you don't have any friends doesn't mean I want to copy your habits, bro. "90 friends." Bro, you're reading your Blizzard friend list. Just because you're talking about like the Mercy players that are catfishing you that you met in Quick Play, those aren't friends. I'll just add a sound warning when you try to shoot him, but I have none of that specific ammo left. Maybe. Why is your name Cream Quat? Why is a roach smoking a cigarette? Oh, true. Actually, guys, actually. I realized something. I don't know if this is just me, but does anyone else like do the pin cancel and to shatter, and it like doesn't show or the fire strikes disappear? I swear it does something. Right. Bro, I swear. Has anyone else experienced that? Or is it just me? Where like you like cancel or you pin cancel and then like your fire strikes just don't have any animation for your fire strikes? It's happened to me many times. It's not working. Crap. It just seems like there's like no animation at all or something. Crap. I swear, it's weird. It's happened to me like half a dozen times. The heck? Gaslighting time? What if I'm gaslighting you? What if I actually have never had that experience and I'm just trying to make you guys feel like you're gaslighting me? But yeah, there it is. You see it. You see, it did it. Ha 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 ha. See? I told you. Ah ha ha. Nah, you guys aren't gaslighting me this time. No. The curtain has fallen. Can we get more water swishing?
More water swishing.
Sure. Why not? Bro, I just spat all over my pants. But I didn't choke. I did not choke or die. I kind of wish I had, but I did not. Okay, so here, ready? I messed it up. Let me try that again. But see, seriously though, it's so disorienting though, because it's happened to me a few times where I'm like, I don't even know like if I actually like what's going on. Crap! Why isn't it doing it? What did I do? I don't even know what I did. Now I don't even know how to do it again. I'm pretty sure it's canceling the pen. I'm pretty sure. Why does it keep missing shadows? Shut up! Shut up! I don't even know, bro. Whatever. Okay. Weird cancel pin invisible fire strike bug thing. I don't know. Okay. Tracer's spread is tighter. I mean, I will say we have kind of forgotten that that's a thing, and it is kind of annoying. But I don't know. Maybe we just leave as is. My suggestion with Soldier has always been to give him the stem thing, but I feel like we'd have to balance him elsewhere, and it's probably too balance oriented. What do you guys think about the Hanzo change that they did? I legit feel like people are so polarized because it feels terrible if you play Hanzo, but it feels really nice to not worry about getting a log to your face just because somebody wall climbed. Yeah, see, I told you guys. I told you people were split. All right. Yeah, what's the deal with the projectile thing? What's this? Does it just die? How many does that happen with Blizzard too? I remember back in like 2017, there was some weird ult refund things that they did. Bro, true story about Nano. I have nanoed at least half a dozen times, and the nano gets refunded because the animation doesn't go off before the person dies. I think losing your ult if you time it well or poorly is like not a bad thing. I think it's part of the skill play, but it's super weird when it's inconsistent, you know? Okay, true story. You know what freaking ticks me off more than anything else? All right, if while we're on the losing the thing, we're losing the thing. I freaking hate that sleep dart just disappears or nade disappears when I die. I freaking hate that. That happens way too often to me, and I don't think it's a ping issue. Maybe it is, but I don't think it is. Does that happen to anybody else where you're just like, oh, and you die, and then just the projectile just goes, woo, disappears? Is that even a consistent issue? Freaking hate that, man. Like, if I'm gonna die, I'm gonna go out with honor. Put that in there. Disappearing CDs on death. Yeah. Why? I don't understand. It's just can you imagine Diva like what? Like Spider-Man? Like, I don't get it. I get this, but I just don't. I think that ship is sailed since they removed uppercut. You know what I'm saying? There just aren't enough abilities to do it. Amari Pepper cameo. Well, here's the one cameo. We already showed this one earlier, but she's pivoted around. All right, see this. Amari. There's your cameo. She's sound asleep. The best part about it is I listen to music all the time when I'm working. Let's do a ton of music, a lot of different genres. And we'll have like music cranking and she's just sound asleep. Doesn't matter what genre. She actually likes like screamo metal stuff a lot. Classical, doesn't matter. Freaking loves it. Sound asleep. Now you're good, Knights. Just edit your initial post. Wait, Vortex doesn't negate pile driver and pedal platform? Really? Nah, bro. That ability is so. What? No way. Like the one use for it. That's wild. Oh, bro. Dude. What do you guys think about that suggestion? You can activate Vortex by pressing it again. E again, and it. Bro, would that not be like the sickest stuff you'd ever seen in your life? Maybe that'd be kind of broken, but dude, that would be like actually so tight. Just be like, yo, get down. I don't care if it falls in the balance. I'm breaking the rules. I don't even care. It's my video. Screw off. I want to see that. That would be so cool. See, this is the thing, guys. Like, why? This is why I'm so freaking ticked off at Ramatra. All the suffering and all the nemesis garbage. And his weapon is like actually kind of cool. And his abilities could be cool if they actually put any effort into them, but they just don't. Baby Blue thinks the sub. Imagine if his power just shifted more towards his abilities and then they were actually like functional, you know? It's such a disaster. They talk about like the whole tempo garbage, and the character isn't even tempo. It's literally just freaking Nemesis simulator. Carbonatrix, thanks for the sub, mate. Yeah, I love that idea. I don't care if it's technically balanced or not. I think the fact that it's such a bad ability makes it arguably quality of life. Oh. Maybe. Jutaro, North Star. Thanks for the sub, mate. Appreciate it. Appreciate all the subs, guys. Been generous. Yeah, see, the problem with Hanzo is like I get all the complaints about the one-shot characters, but the problem is that Hanzo is like not like he's not bad, but he's really not that great. THX. Oh, sorry, the SPB. Oh, nice. Appreciate it, mate. Appreciate it. I'm planning on looking over the support, but the problem with Hanzo, anyway, is that like he's just not like that good. So like whether it's like the pre-charged shot or the more visibility with Sonic or like the one-shot visibility, it's like bro, the character is like if we had like all the Hanzo changes that people would want, the character would be literally unplayable. He'd be like awful. Can I say Ara Ara? What does Ara Ara mean? What is Ara? What is Ara? Ara Ara. Simp language? It doesn't even sound cute. It just sounds lame. Ara Ara? All the words that's
It certainly does seem to show the way to Deer Track Heights up
Did these people like go out? How did these people get out of bed? I look at this and I'm like, bro, is that your life? Is that like all you do? Is cartoons? And stuff like that doesn't even make any sense? I can't even imagine being like a legitimate Japanese person and being like, oh, what are you doing with my culture? Why are you doing that? Samurai and then that? What? Yeah, shut up, Clups. Listen, when I will care about the opinion of a Junkrat player, I will let you know. I know the Overwatch community. You're all degens, all of you guys. If I had a dime for every anime profile picture, uwu, foolishness, shenanigans, kuai, kurahahu, manahumasaba, and the just the neckbeard energy could fuel an entire city state on of its own. The only reason I'm here still is out of pity. I feel like I'm trying to help people, but y'all are pathetic. Going to Toronto is like walking through the cursed village. These people have never touched grass or iron or women in their entire life. Want to get back on topic? Okay, I'm getting back on topic. Yes. That was mostly a joke, just to be very clear. Mostly. First activation applies vulnerability cleanse. Delete Moira. Bro was mad. I said Pepper is cooler than you. Bro, I'm not listening to you. You play Junkrat. We don't do that here. Yeah, actually, that's a good point, Tabata. Can somebody come? Can somebody come? Because I don't know. Well, actually, I don't need anybody because I can put it where they can shoot it, right? Right?
Positioning healing pylon.
Rick!
I have to move the pylon. Stay near my pylon.
Wait. I know how to do this. I know how to do this. Right. Right there. Let's listen carefully. Can it reach it, Tabata? No way I can reach it.
Healing pylon deployed. Moving the pylon.
Well, I didn't think I thought it was too high. Is it too high? Wait, rocket bots?
Positioning healing pylon.
It doesn't sound that damagey to me.
They broke my pylon.
Maybe it does. I don't have my headphones on. You can swap the shoddy. Wait, the shooty? Oh.
Healing pylon out.
Oh, yeah, when Ana shoots it. True, actually, because of the tickies.
My pylon is down.
That's true, actually. Yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe that's something kind of niche, but yeah, it's a fair point. Ana shoots DOT. Ana shots on turret misleading. That's actually true. Yeah, I think it's the Ana damage specifically. Is that just DOT in general? Or is it just the Ana shots? Confuses your small brain. Yeah. I could see decrease sound on Venomine, honestly. Decrease sound on Venomine. Because it is kind of a big giveaway. What is this stupid health pack bug? You said 2 more words and did not explain the situation at all. If you take damage, get health pack. Take more damage, recall. You take back. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Don't call me a clown. Don't call me a clown. I'll break you like a bad back, boy. Rocket jump with Sorry Bubble is a thing, but the hitbox is really small. We tested it. We're all part of Spylo's circus. Yes. Goodbye, Tabata. What do you guys think about Carnage? I get the complaint, but I don't know that there's like any solution here without like making it broken. Okay. Why is she saying thanks you to have bongo? Um, why am I gonna be in for a surprise? Oh yeah, wall climb with Genji is a joke. I'm not gonna lie. Do you guys? I swear they did something from Overwatch 1 to Overwatch 2. Maybe I'm totally like off the goop. But like I remember when I first played Genji in Overwatch 2, I was like, bro, am I just bad? All of a sudden I can't wall climb anymore. It felt so much worse. Maybe it's changed since then. Maybe it was just I'm just bad. But it just felt terrible. Felt so I felt more clunky. I don't know if that's actually true or not, but it definitely felt more clunky. Ball mine activation time back to 1 second. So like what I don't know. Because the problem with that is it's like I understand the value is like, oh, I don't get as many kills with mines, but mines last so freaking long. Like you don't have to necessarily get kills for it to get value. Like there's a lot of zoning value out of mines, more so than almost like any other ultimate. Like that's pretty dirty right there. I don't know. I don't know if I feel like that. Maybe like 1.2 seconds. Alex, I don't know if I want to do that change because I'm avoiding map stuff in general because it's like I said outside my pay grade and it's like not really the purpose of the video. You're right though. What do you guys think about canceling Reaper? We've talked about that one. Because I agree, we've seen a lot of like map clutter stuff, but I'm gonna ignore the Sombra change. What do you guys think about the Sojourn change? Be able to press it again to cancel the slide. Maybe. Too good of a change. Honestly, not. All right, y'all. Don't tell me that I'm not willing to adjust my my opinions here. Oh yeah, interrupt reload. I forgot about that. You interrupt your reload. I'm trying to go a little bit faster because you know we're almost 2 hours in. Got charged money. Get rolled. Did you have a tier 7 subscription to me? Not too bad. Tier 7 subscription means that you just have to like put up a different organ every month of the year. There you go.
Flex my sub.
Attaboy. Nice job. Thank you for the sub, mate. Helicopter is. I feel like people are so like on the fence with like the Winston change, where like now it's easier to charge, but the delay feels bad, you know? I'm not sure how I feel about it because the easier to charge means it's more viable as a combo and shorter jump. So like you can actually use it in situations when you're not jump. Because like the old combo, it was not good to right click if you could like jump here, you know, because you'd lose damage. But I feel like it does mean you can spam less often. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. Like here, you can like actually like I don't know. You guys know what I'm saying, right? They made it so you charge it faster, but that there's a delay to compensate. So it means that you can use it as part of a combo more often, even in like mid ranges, but it definitely. Nice, Kuzel. All right, we'll keep going then. Make her gun lower. Oh, good. I don't know if I like all these visual indicators, whether it's for Bob or like Venomine or Wall Climb. I just feel like this game is like there's too much visual clutter as it is. Maybe you could have an option like disable it, but I don't necessarily agree with all the visual. Like, I think part of it is like just figure it out. You know, I don't know if I want more visual indicators. The fewer, the better, in my opinion. To be honest. Yeah. Cheers, Sal. When am I gonna roast your highlight? Oh yeah, Calix, just send me over your highlight right now. We can look at it really quick if you want. Um. Should we remove soldier damage? I feel like it's less necessary than it is for other characters because he's not as reliant on it for mobility. What am I missing here? Talking about the blue? Am I missing? I don't get this. And I'm gonna make the UI color when you're scoping the same color as the color of the thingy when you aren't. Like the scope thing? All right, Calix, what do we got? Headshots is the title of the highlight. And it's 25 seconds long. Prepare for some good old-fashioned kringe. Hang on a second here. You do realize this is a roast my highlight, right? Highlight. If you want to like take your points back, we can do this another time when you have a highlight to send. I don't mind waiting. It's fine. All right. We can wait. Highlight. Okay. I'm missing something? Like, I'm missing something? Okay. Highlight, by the way. Highlight. Right. Let's continue. I think the real gaslighting that's happening today was what just happened on my screen. Why do I have streaming to 0 recommended? What is streaming to 0? I have my watch history turned off, so I'm pretty sure it's just random stuff is recommended. Wait, where are we? What happened? Do we really need a visual indicator for Inspire? Like, does it help? How helpful is it? Great flank you taught me to take. Bro, it wasn't even a flank. You just sat there in the front and shot people. I mean, I guess. I don't know. Lucio's is permanent though. That's the thing. Briggs temporary. I don't know. I'm open to the idea. I'm not against it. I just am not so sure. Maybe. I don't know. Wait, there's no damage? Wait, of course there's a damage. There's a ticker when you damage do something. No?
I am here to support.
The frick are you talking about, bro?
Applying damage increase.
Oh, like in your crosshair?
Rotation.
Ah, I see. Makes sense. I mean, sure. Oops, it's the wrong thing. Maybe we can cancel with Pharah. Yeah, fair enough. I don't want to do the Sombra stuff. Wait. Yeah, hack EMP is super inconsistent, but I feel like that's just a whole bag of worms. Can of worms. Why does you know what? That's actually a good point. Why does Sombra hack affect ball form? What the frick, man? Hang on a second. But it doesn't affect Ramatra, which is also a cooldown, right? I mean, ball form doesn't even have a cooldown. What the heck, man? Channel, which I get is different-ish, but it doesn't it doesn't affect channel. Kill ball in training range and hack him? What? Don't think it does stop channeling. He just easily roll away? I mean, and you can't grapple. I'm not saying that it should cancel the other stuff, but like, shouldn't it disable cooldown use? I don't know. Hack in general is super inconsistent, to be honest with you. It disables abilities though, but it doesn't disable fortify. No. Wait, chat. Can anybody? Can somebody? Genuine, are you here? Genuine, are you on? Genuine. Go Sombra. Wait, this doesn't work. On the practice range. A tiny old little map here. I guess it doesn't really matter. Spylo stinks. Thank you. Just do that. I don't know. Holy crap. All right, you ready? Oh, you can't chain hack me. Never mind. Hang on. Yeah, see? Like, come on. It's the same. Come on, bro. That I know, like, there's different, like, there's just no, like, I know it's like, oh, it's a different, yeah, but there's no logical sense why that would not work. You know what I'm saying? What's the logic here? Because if anything, it makes more sense that it would cancel one of these active cooldowns, then this is not even really a cooldown because there is no cooldown on it, right? Right? You see that? Which, like, it's a toggle, right? So there's just like, I don't know, bro. Are there any others that it could potentially hack? Like, what other things can we do? Echo Flight, right? We can't hack Ice Block. Yeah, true. It doesn't take Bastion out of turret form either. Transformation, right? Get Mo down, idiot. You know, that doesn't make any sense. I mean, it's consistent in a really inconsistent way, if that makes any sense. I don't know. I don't like it. The wall climb work based on how close you are to the wall. Yeah. Sound design in general is something I don't want to touch either. That is a hot take with Ono. I don't necessarily agree. I'm scared of the primary fire thing because I don't feel like I have a good enough opinion on that one. Because if you remove the shrunk the size, then the character would be pretty trash. Because she is pretty strong, but she's not like super overpowered because she has like some pretty bad weaknesses. I think the Kiriko.
Ah, boy.
Rock Monkey, thank you for the raid.
This is a trash can.
We're going through one bug fix quality of life change for each character. And we're getting there. We're getting there. We've got a pretty decent list for most characters that we're trying to think of an idea. I'm gonna do a video on it, so we're working on it. Thanks for the raid, man. I appreciate it. You guys can jump in ! Discord if you guys want to throw in your ideas as well. But I appreciate it. Yeah, the ping with deflect is tough, and I think that's more ping related. Yeah, we talked about that. Have I done Ryan? Ryan didn't need that much, but yeah. Most of it was like consistency with the pin hitbox. I think it's more the visuals than anything else. And then like that was mostly it. Yeah, this is an interesting idea. What do you guys think of that? Maybe. It's definitely more of a balance thing than anything else. But it's innocuous enough. It is pretty gimmicky, yeah. I'll throw it in there as an idea. Because here's the thing is, with this video, we can do some stuff that we were like pretty clear, like this should change. And then we could throw in a couple of harebrained ideas. You know what I'm saying? I think also it's partially because Pylon has too much HP. I think Pylon should lose 25 of its shields. I feel like Pylon shouldn't have any shields at all. And it should just be 100 flat HP personally. Yeah. Yeah, it's good. Here's a question, guys. Genuine, is there consistency with Fortify and Reinhardt? Because I've seen a couple of clips, but I don't know if you would blame ping for that or what. I don't know that. Because I've seen sometimes where like you start to get pinned and then Fortify just cancels out of it. Here's the other question. I feel like the answer to this is obviously yes, but just a weird question. Does Javelin Spin CC reduction apply to Reinhardt? Go Ryan, Genuine. So let's try this out. Let's see how far I can boop Genuine here. Genuine, stand like somewhere here, you know? Come over here and come over here. So like just stand somewhere like on a line, you know, like on the floor somewhere where I can measure it, right? So like right-ish here. And then, okay, so now we javelin spin. Oh, don't pin. Don't pin. Walk, stay on your spray again. Stay on your spray again. Don't pin. Let me mark it out. Ready? Okay, here we go. You ready? Javelin spin. No, don't pin. I just want to see how far back I can knock you back first. I mean, that seems pretty extreme, no? Like, I know the whole concept is that you're consistently knocked back, but I feel like I don't know if there's any way to code this, but like there needs to be like more resistance from that spin. I mean that. All right, now try walking forward into it. Genuine. Try walking forward into it. Like push into it. Don't pin. Ready? There you go. Try it one more time. Try it one more time. Come here, come here. Push into it. Like really, really give it your all. You know. You need to start double king right now if you want. Just try it. Go for it. I'll jab. There you go. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't really seem like it affects it much at all. Go other some of the squishy here. Just it doesn't matter what you go. Like yeah. So putting up your shield gives you more root resistance. Yeah, let's come back to new highlight. I want to try it with the shield up. Yeah, sorry. Because you're slower movement speed. All right, let's try this. All right, here we go. Yeah, that's actually pretty good. That's good to know, guys. Try it again. Here we go. Like that's pretty serious boop resistance. You know what I'm saying? Go the squishy character again. I'll help you out. There you go. He's still throwing fire strikes. Stop throwing fire strikes at me. Creep. All right, so if you're like here-ish, you know. Feels a little further, no? That like initial like smash, you know? Like that. Yeah, that feels further. A little further. Am I smoking something, y'all? That initial like launch, no? Go Reinhardt one more time. Go Reinhardt one more time. Just tap it. Oh, here you go. Yeah, it's definitely shorter. Definitely shorter. So there is the resistance. They do. I was just like testing, you know. So I guess then what do we want here? You know, is it a bug fix with Fortify? Is it a bug fix with Pen? I don't know what I want here. You know, I don't know what I want here. Maybe there isn't really any fix here, you know? Again, I don't think Orisa and Orion is like totally unplayable, right? She's just really, really tanky. Yeah, maybe there's nothing to really to learn here for right now. Okay, sorry, I kind of went on that rabbit trail. I just want to make sure I was doing my due diligence. I could try off your hero specific passive. BAP lamp consistency, sure. Yeah, true. I don't know if I agree with that. stupid ball in the middle of your screen when you reload a Zen? Does armor reduce EMP damage? I don't know. I imagine probably, yeah. Probably. Oh, I see. Bro, I don't know. I think that's probably fine. Doesn't really bother me. Double jump Zenyatta.
Ah, boy.
Farouk!
This is
Thanks for the raid, mate.
a trash can.
We're doing some quality of life bug fix discussion stuff. You can jump in the Discord if you want to throw your ideas in there. We're actually getting close to the end. We've been at this for like 2 hours. We're getting there. Thanks for the stub, mate, too. I appreciate it.
Steer.
I think Ryan's pin is fine. Maybe 250. Do you guys think 250 pin again? Yeah? Shirley? Here's my thing. Let me make sure. My thing is, what is shatter? Is it 200? I actually, maybe I could argue for it being higher than 120, but I actually think it's okay if it doesn't one-shot because there's a lot more that it provides instead, but I could also see the argument for this too. 170, right. I don't know. Maybe shatter goes 200 too. Primary fire headshot. I'm kind of zooming through these. I Wait, is that a thing? Is there a delay? Is there a delay when you end primal before you can jump again? Let's find out. Maybe the delay is tiny. If there's a delay, it's tiny, y'all. When I double leap, when I'm like, okay, so I'll jump at the end of the animation then. I'll try it. I see. Okay. I do see that actually. Yes, I do see that. That one. I'll do it one more time so you guys can see. So right here. Maybe that one didn't seem as much. Okay, it's just a very small thing. Let me try it one more time. Mechanics problem here. Yeah, there it is. There it is. Okay, yeah, that's actually kind of annoying. True. Delay on double jump at end of primal. That's true. That is actually kind of annoying. I see that now. I think this is, I think it needs to stay as is. Are there 4 bots in my team? What do you guys think about this change? I understand the balance of it. It feels kind of annoying to have your entire mines cleared by slam, but what do you guys think? Which one was yours, Knights? I don't want to do any movement thing to Lucio. Damage fall off with Hanzo, maybe, but I feel like then you don't have anything that can test at ranges. I feel like faster arrows. I'm not so sure. I still like some of the other vortex changes though. I mean, getting cleared by a single dynamite is a placement problem. You know, dynamite should clear mines. I don't know. Yeah, to be honest with you, like the only reasonable argument I could see is the Doomfist Slam break period. If you're complaining about Dynamite or even Reinhardt swinging your hammer, then I think that's more of a you problem. Because I think that's enough of a committal. I think there's so many other like bones to pick with ball. I don't feel like this one's at the top of my list. This is too much for Lucio. I'm trying to avoid stuff. What are your Arista takes, Celendial? Oh, am I not there yet? Where are your Arista takes? Further up? Well, if I skipped it, I'm sure it was for a good reason. Bro. This is an interesting change. What do you guys think about this? It basically reduces Briggs' shield cast time. Oh, fine. Should we remove self-damage and Zarya right clicks? Do we need self-damage? No? Why? More consistently available mobility without punishing? All right, fair enough. Right click should insta kill you. So this is a really interesting one. I actually talk about this one in my Genji or DPS micro tip video. So there's an internal cooldown of shurikens, right? You cannot throw shurikens faster than this. There's a big misconception where I cancel my shuriken animation with my dash, so I slow shurikens faster, but you actually don't. You throw it at the same rate. So if I go throw shurikens here and then I dash, then right click, there's still an internal delay. Watch. You see that little delay after that shuriken throw there? So the reason why that's important is if I'm going for a one-shot combo, sometimes I actually don't throw shurikens. I pre-chamber the right click during the dash animation so that my shurikens go off immediately. So like here, you see that right there? But if I had thrown shurikens, wait, let me do it again. That's much faster than, see that little delay there? So they're saying that any time that you use your dash, you reset, you ignore the internal cooldown. So you go immediately. So I don't know if that's necessarily a good thing, especially letting you like ignore the internal cooldown. The reason why that might be broken though is because it is a Genji buff, pretty significant, not a significant Genji buff, but it is a Genji buff because you can throw shuriken, dash shuriken, and then that second shuriken throw is going to be like 0.1 seconds faster. So it's going to be like allow you to throw in chip damage with your one shot combo easier. So I can go like, oh, shuriken, bam, bam, and then I can have my cake and eat it too. I don't know that it's necessary though, is the only thing. Yeah, I don't think it's the difficulty of the one shot. I just don't know if it's necessary. M1 to M2 would be broken though. Well, but that's not really a problem because M1 is canceled by dash as it is. So look at my shurikens, right? 1, 2, 3, dash, right? But if I actually dash cancel, I will only throw as many shurikens as I have released. Watch this. Watch me press the left click into dash now. You see that? I only got 2 shurikens off because I dash canceled. And I think I can limit it to 1. Maybe I can't. Can I limit it to 1? Try it again. Yeah, see? So I don't think that's necessarily broken. Yeah, so whenever you left click into shift cancel, because it's an animation, whereas right click is instant. That's why people right click into dash cancel at range, because you can get the guaranteed 3 shurikens, and also it's a spread, so you guarantee you hit 1 almost. I don't know. I mean, it's an idea. I wouldn't classify it really as a quality of life change that much. I just don't think it's necessary as much. Maybe the brig thing is worth putting though. Stomach is freaking out. I had lunch too, at least a little bit. Usually in stream days, it's actually unreal how long I go without eating on like Tuesday, Thursdays. One day I had like breakfast at like 9. It was like 8 p.m. It's not healthy. Don't recommend it. Trying to avoid that in the future. Maybe this is the interaction I was talking about with Shatter earlier. Remember that? Quality of life, Spilo eats. Is this it? Is that it? Please. Yeah, send it over, Alexa. Tanks are immune to CC while they shoot healthy. Interesting. I'll wait for Alexa. Alexa's yeah, I think it depends on the person, writer of karma. Honest question, guys. Why did they add tank bots? And why did they say, oh, you can't say, could you have it on YouTube? Why did they add sniper bots? Does anybody actually know? Did they like do anything? But why in the training range? What does it do? What goes through shields? But why sniper bots? Huh. Ah, get rolled. Frick, dude. Yeah, I don't know. All right, so let's go through the hero list here. Let's go through the hero list. Iliari, yes. Ana, yes. Ash, yes. Bastion, yes. Baptiste, yes. Brigitte, yes. Cassidy, yes. Is there anything? Cassidy, yes. Diva, yes. Doomfist, yes. Echo, yes. Genji, yes. Hanzo. Queen, yes. Junkrat, yes. Kiriko, yes. Lifeweaver, yes. Lucio doesn't really need anything. May. Like movement reversion for Mercy. Moira doesn't need anything. Moira doesn't need anything that I can come up with. Pharah, Ramancha, Reaper, yes. Ryan, yes. Roadhog, Sigma, yes. Sojourn. I don't think we really came up with anything for Sojourn, no? Junker Queen, we came up with tiny, faster ult execution. Maybe be able to cancel your ultimate so you don't just launch yourself off into the stratosphere. Sombra, we're not touching. Soldier is fine, I guess. I don't feel like I want to touch Soldier. Hit scan should be bigger hitbox. That's saucy. Symmetra? I don't think there's anything for Symmetra, really. Sent the clip. Oh, that is weird. That is weird.
One more time, I fucking, like, what's called?
That is strange. Is that not just latency thing? I don't think so. 34 ms is about as low as you're gonna get. Like that's definitely more than 34 ms between seeing shield here, right? Like there's your shield, right? Single frame. And if we slow this down, like that should be plenty of time. Oh, no, chat, I know what the issue is. This is not a bug. 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 This is what it is, Lexa. I know what this is. I remember this. I remember this. I remember this. Who knows what the answer is here? Who knows what the answer is here? Oz Goblin. I wouldn't say there's anything that's really meta right now. Play whatever you enjoy. Depends on the rank, though. No, it's not that the shield is angled. Genuine, are you here? Genuine, go Reinhardt. Genuine, go Reinhardt. Go Reinhardt. Go Reinhardt. Go Reinhardt, please. I'll show you what the problem is. All right, come here. Just hold shield for me. Hold shield for me. This is the problem. Do you see shield? And do you see Reinhardt? Do you see shield? And do you see Reinhardt? You see the gap? You know what you're getting screwed over by, Alexa? You're getting screwed over because the sleep dart is the hitbox is literally between you and the Reinhardt. There's a gap between the shield and Reinhardt's hitbox. So you could technically put up your shield and still get hit by a projectile that's traveling in between the two. Yes. It happens with any projectile. You can theoretically block a lot of projectiles, but it doesn't. Because it at that frame was behind your shield, it hadn't quite hit you. It can still hit you. So you will see shield and still get hit by it. That's the problem. It's not a bug. It's a feature. Did we forget anybody else? Winston, Wrecking Ball, Zarya, Zenyatta? I feel like a lot of these. Oh, Torb. Is there any quality of life changes for Torb? It might just be visually the wrong Lexa, because I've only noticed that with projectiles. I don't think there's anything that I would do with Torb, to be honest with you. Can I think of anything else? Yeah, Shatter, I'm not sure. I just think anything that has like such a split second timing, like deflect, shatter, shielding, there's always going to be some buggy interactions. It happens to me with Brig all the time. I die to Diva Bombs when I'm like literally shielding the floor and like pixel perfect. So I just think it's just weird. Is there anything else, guys? Is there anything else that we're forgetting here? Are any of your tips also applicable to Overwatch 2 and console? Yes, all of my tips are applicable to Overwatch 2 and console, unless they're mechanically specific to PC. It's the same game. Meta is slightly different, but it's the same game. Shut up, Alindio. Yeah, anything else? Finally, guys, are we done here? It took a lot longer than I thought it would be, but I just wanted to be thorough. Because if we're done, it's time to cook. I do not know why. Samito. What are mechanics? Mechanics are anything that implies your ability to press your buttons in a certain fashion. It involves anything that requires doing something in a certain order, placing your mouse on a certain area of the mouse pad. Anything that doesn't come from decision making. Anything physical. Yeah, anything physical. Like whether shatter blocking, you know, moving your mouse at a certain angle so that your dash angle is shorter. I don't know if I'm doing Ask Spylo today, actually. We'll play it by ear. Okay, let's cook up the juice, y'all. So Samito, I want to do a support discussion video, and I'm going to be taking a look at the SVB podcast, which I've gotten a little bit done of it, and I want to look at the Samito video. So my title is wrong. Are you new here? Or So Samito released a video, I think in collaboration with Hawk, because I talked with Hawk in Toronto, and he was talking about how he and Samito had worked on it. So I assume it was Hawk helped him. So we're going to take a look at this video. And he says, how supports killed Overwatch 5v5. I don't even know if Hawk is in the video. I think Hawk might have just prepared the video. And we're going to take a look at it. And I'm going to provide my... Now, what I have is my notepad pulled up here because I want to take live notes as I go through it, so that when I make my react to the react, it's an endless content farm, guys. It's an endless content farm. Help. We'll be able to... Why does this do this? We'll be able to... we'll go from there. All right, hold on.
Overwatch came out in 2016. It really was one of the...
I'm putting my headphones on so there's no echo. I want y'all to provide your thoughts as well here. All right, let's see.
Even to this day, it still is. It went on to win Game of the Year. It captured experiences and different playstyles for characters that no other shooter will ever offer. It really was one of the best, if not the best shooter games of all time, which caused me to sink thousands of hours into the game, even play the game professionally.
Read 1.6.
For 6 or 7 years now. It's a beautiful game, and it deserves the credit to be acclaimed in this industry. However, as time went on, a lot of people ended going a different direction from the game. New titles came out. The industry got more competitive. You could say a lot of different things, but we ended up in...
I want to be very clear that like I think context is really important, you know, whether it's internal biases. I enjoy 5v5 more. I would consider myself more of a flex player nowadays, although I don't play the game as much. I focus more on coaching. I focus more on big picture balance things. Samito is an ex-pro DPS player. Does not like supports. Specifically, not a big 5v5 fan because he thinks it brings a lot of the issues, exacerbates a lot of the issues. And you guys probably saw the 66 versus 5v5 debate. So let's keep going.
Overwatch 2, which was supposed to change that and put Overwatch back on the map as a leader in an industry, not kind of falling behind.
And I do respect Samito a great deal. I know he's a bit of a meme, but I think Samito's a pretty smart guy.
Aside from the PvE fiasco, which I'm not going to touch on in this video, I want to talk about Overwatch 2's PvP and the big debate between 5v5 and 6v6 that I kind of started with my 6v6 video claiming 6v6 was better. A lot of this comes down to preference, but a lot of people claim that tank synergies are what broke Overwatch 1. However, I disagree with that. We kind of accept.
I don't think people claim that. I think he's referring to the 5v5 6v6 debate, which it was more about at the professional level. Tank synergy.
But a lot of people claim that tank synergies are what broke Overwatch 1. However,
it didn't break Overwatch 1. It was just one of the contributing factors. The main point when Jake and Avril were defending 5v5 is that tank synergy was just as broken as support synergy, and that the fact that people did not want to play tank is the large. Like I think it's really not even up for debate that the primary mover of why we go to 5v5 was tank queue times and the unpopularity of the tank role. I don't even feel like that's part, like the tank synergy, support synergy. I don't care who, what, where. People don't want to play tank in Overwatch. And people don't want to play tank in any game. And I think Overwatch has some of the most fun tanks out of like any, I mean, at least compared to some of the MMO stuff. But yeah, let's keep going.
Disagree with.
I don't know, Lexa.
Now, we kind of accepted these things and accepted these statements from people, but are they actually true? So today we're going to dig down into the life of Overwatch 1 and break down exactly how supports, particularly DLC supports, broke the core fundamentals of the game and ended up breaking the tank role. And the tank players are the ones who...
So 120 DLC supports broke the game / tank role.
Have had to bite the bullet for this and take the blame for this, when in reality, it was the design philosophy of Jeff Goodman and Jeff Kaplan back in the day that particularly changed supports, which ended up breaking the entire game. So my point today is that 6v6 was fine the whole time. It was the fundamental design of DLC.
I'm not necessarily debating this video as much as I am partially debating it, partially taking note of what he's saying.
That broke each of these broken metas that we refer to as to why the game had to be changed, and we're going to take a deep dive into the core fundamentals of the game to really show you guys
I agree.
How things work. And just go through a little trip down
Jax.
memory lane to really get the facts straight so we can move forward and make better decisions for the game. In order to start this conversation, we have to define what allowed Overwatch to flow in the way that it did, right? Overwatch had a unique flow that felt so special across every role that really captivated a player that was logging into the world to play. Every character in the game had a set of core fundamentals that they had to abide by in order to get value. And if a character was able to skip that skill curve and not have to adhere to one of those core principles, they made up for it by dropping off in value in another way. For example, Mercy is not a mechanically intensive character, right? In order to heal players, you don't need to be mechanically good. The drop off to that is that Mercy has little to no offensive potential. So that's how you kind of balance that out when compared to a character like Ana, who does require mechanics to heal and damage. Therefore, she has a little bit greater healing output and actually has an ability to do damage. These four core principles that I'd like to establish are mechanical skill, i.e. hitting shots, manning abilities that are skill shots, ability usage, knowing when to use your abilities at the right time, what interactions favor your ability, do you want to use it first, do you want to use it second, just how abilities interact with each other in the game. Number 3 is going to be positioning. Where can I play to get value on my character?
Heroes were designed with clear strengths, weaknesses.
Where do I need to set up? Where am I safe? Where am I not, right? Especially more immobile characters, that's something that you have to be much more careful about. For example, Zenyatta has a very high damage output, but to, trade off for that, he has very limited mobility and a hitbox that's easy to hit, meaning that in order to get that power from an offensive potential, you sacrifice mobility and you are very vulnerable in your positioning, meaning a good Zenyatta player has to be very, very smart about where they play or they'll be at risk. And lastly, overall game knowledge, right? What comps favor me? What maps favor me? What positioning favors me, right?
Mechanics, ability usage, positioning, and game knowledge, skill expression.
Kind of all of those things above, like where do I need to shoot and win, right? Just overall collective general knowledge of the game. Most characters in the game, in fact, every character in the game at launch, had to abide by those 4 core principles, and if they excelled at something else, there was a drop-off on one of the other parts of their kit. I think Ana is the best example of a character like this, right? Where she requires all 4 of those things to be executed at a high degree, but if you do execute on those things, you get enormous value, and she fits into the mold of the game very well. However, if you misplay, you're also punishable and end up paying the price for those mistakes. Another great example would be Lucio, right? Where you have to make the decision between healing or speeding your team. You're at risk when doing so, because you actually have to be close enough to them to get that value and be engaging with your teammates to get that value. You have to have good mechanics to wall ride and be safe with your positioning and go in for duels. You have to be able to hit your shots. Also, knowing when to boot different players when tanks dive you or whatever happens, right? Like, you have to have extensive knowledge of the game to do all of those things, and you have to actually execute. So Lucio and Ana are two great examples of that. And let's take a deep dive into some of Gale Adelaide's plays way back in the day on Ana to really showcase the core values of the game for all the characters. All right, we are way back in the day here, guys. OG Overwatch. Let's take a look at some of Gale's gameplay and decision-making here and show you how Ana has to adhere to those core values.
I think we can go a
of
little
Overwatch
faster,
in
yeah.
one game. So let's take a look. He has to come up and peek and actually aggressively nade into their team, right? Which means now that he's used his nade and made that choice, he's now vulnerable, right? He had to execute the nade's positioning, read where their team was, understand that he's safe, time it with his Winston. He had to adhere to all those core fundamentals of the game. And look at what ends up happening here. Now, as his team is diving, he has to actively make a decision to heal his Genji, which means if his Winston is in and taking damage, he has to choose as a player which one of these targets to heal. If you make the wrong decision, one of your teammates could die, which means you have to actually be smart. You have to actively be making the proper decision as a support player to get value on the fight. And because he naded aggressively, he's now vulnerable to the dive from the Tracer, which means he actually put himself at risk. There was a drop off to the decision that he made to throw that aggressive nade and try to make a play for his team.
So he one of the things that my scapegoat is the difference in value in terms of effort, right? I'm all for the dynamic character design where characters can do multiple different things, but that it requires skill to do them and that there are fewer caricatures. That's like my spiel. Samito so far is really leaning into cost, reward, benefit, cost benefit analysis, right? Doing what was that? No. Okay. Doing one thing at the expense of another. Nade, offensive, vulnerable, defensive. And actually, the key thing that you guys are noting here is that this really ties into what I agree with, where this is dynamic ability usage, right? Whereas a nade has both offensive and defensive value. So if you use it offensively, you lose the defensive value. If I scope in and shoot the Winston, I cannot at the same time shoot the Diva, right? So I have to make a choice about where my attention is placed, but my abilities can do both. And I think some of the problems that we have sometimes are characters that can do both of those things at the same time with little to no effort, or we have what I like to call autopilot value, where your existence is value and there's nothing else that you could do with your ability. There is no dynamic to how you use your ability.
There was a drop off to the decision that he made to throw that aggressive nade and try to make a play for his team. He has to then reload, which makes him have downtime while his Winston is critical. Sometimes your Winston might die. You have to be aware as to when you are making these choices.
AoE healing ruined the game. I don't think it was just AoE healing, but yeah.
So that you can actually
to an extent.
Player. His Winston jumps in and he realizes Winston is crit, so he decides to throw the heal nade at him, right? Again, putting himself at risk to enable his front line. Also getting a big nade here. So what does that mean for Gale as a player on Ana? He is now vulnerable, and if he missed the nade or made a bad decision, he could end up dying to this Tracer, who ends up getting booped, but his nade ends up getting the kill on the Winston. But while this is happening, he's getting dueled by the Tracer, which means his Winston over here is not able to be healed. And I believe this Winston ends up dying. So by throwing his nade forward and then having to duel the Tracer, because this Tracer recognized that, it put this Winston at risk, and that Winston ended up dying for that decision. That flow of ideas of every choice you make may potentially have a consequence is extremely prevalent when you're talking about single target healing supports, because they can't have...
Well, Lucio healing is also low, but Lucio also has to make a choice about whether he's going to provide his utility through speed or utility through heal. And that really is where his utility comes from.
Hits, just bail out bad decisions or decisions that have negative outcomes automatically. That's what made Ana so beautiful. Every choice you made has a massive, massive impact. So their Winston ends up dying for this, right? He then has to heal out the Genji. He has to mechanically execute, play well, be in line of sight, right? There actually has to be threads connecting these players. And if somebody makes a mistake and goes too far away, well, you might pay the price for it. So he comes back, heals his Genji up, and then I think he's going to look for another nade here. I think he does look for another nade here. The Mercy's going to die. He looks for a nade on the front line. And look at what happens here. He walks up, uses a sleep dart, and then uses his nade. He walks in and uses both of his cooldowns. However, he's in bad positioning because he walked into their team, used both of his cooldowns, so now he's vulnerable. He misused those two abilities, and look at what ends up happening to him. He's going to end up dying here because their Diva, the off-tank role, and this is going to be a very important theme, has recognized that he has misused his cooldowns and he is out of position. According to those core values of the game, because he made those mistakes, he got punished and actually died for it. And the off-tank role is...
See, the key thing for me, though, is that there was actual value out of potentially using the cooldowns in that particular way, right? How many, there was actual motivation to use his abilities offensively, because if he had not used them offensively, there were kills that were left on the table that might not have actually happened. You get what I'm saying? So the idea is that he wasted his cooldowns, he gets punished, but you'd honestly, okay, all right, you ready for a soundbite? Overwatch 2 should try to encourage you to waste cooldowns. That's my take. An example would be using a bio grenade aggressively. An example would be a Genji dashing in for a kill. An example would be utilizing, I don't know, a fortify. Oh, great example, right? Fortify is mostly damage reduction. But imagine if fortify shifted away from damage reduction and you know how the cooldown mechanic with the gun, right? It's probably the best dynamic that Orisa has, because the fact that you're able to shoot longer while you're fortify actually introduces nuance to the character. Now, it's not strong enough to compensate for how strong fortify is damage reduction. But if I'm rewarded as an Orisa for popping my fortify aggressively and being able to do more damage, that encourages me, in a perfect world, to actually use the fortify aggressively, which wastes the cooldown, which leaves me vulnerable. And there's a lot of cooldowns that aren't motivated to use that you're just motivated to sit and hold. I think Suzu is one of those cooldowns where in certain circumstances, there's really no need for you to utilize. You can still get a large portion of your value without ever actually having to press the cooldown. Here's another great cooldown. Life Waver Pull. There is no way to use life grip other than defensively. So that leaves two problems. That's the problem with life grip, is that if you don't have somebody feeding, you're performing at a suboptimal state. If you do have somebody feeding, there's no counterplay to deal with it. So I don't know what my solution is. I think you need to look carefully at each individual ability and be like, is there any way where I can actually get this offensive value? Like, for example, Widowmaker. I can take a grapple shot, which allows me to get an angle that I otherwise wouldn't be able to take. But if I use that then makes me vulnerable to being pressured. Right. You need some sort of dynamic with your ability that rewards you to use it in multiple different ways so that there is motivation to waste the ability. Because otherwise you have people sitting on their abilities waiting for somebody to make use their ability and then punish it. For example, a great example is Bastion. All right, listen carefully. Bastion turret form is like not that amazing until people commit on you, whether that's a tank or a DPS. You get what I'm saying? It's hard to aggressively use Bastion turret form because he's so slow. It's better now that you can actually move, but he's so slow. So what does that mean Bastion turret form is used for? It's only used to punish the enemy team engaging. So as a Winston player, the Bastion never using turret form and me never engaging is worse for the Winston than it is for the Bastion. You get what I'm saying? A Bastion can still provide value without actually using turret form. I can't as a Winston. So at some point I have to go in. So then that punishes me for going in. So you have to sit on those abilities until an engage actually happens. And that's a fundamental flaw with some of those character designs. Think about Torbjorn Overload, right? I don't love Overload in execution, but I do like it in theory because it does reward you for using it aggressively. You fire a lot faster and you move faster too. So it's better defensively, yes, but there is a lot of offensive value too. Briggs' abilities are okay. I think Briggs, I don't know how I feel about Inspire, but I think Briggs' abilities are okay because, whip shotting for Inspire value means that it's harder to peel. Bashing in to finish a kill or to do damage is something that happens, but it also means that you're left without an escape route. I don't know. I want to keep watching before I go down this rabbit trail, but I think he brings up some interesting points.
According to those core values of the game, because he made those mistakes, he got punished and actually died for it. And the off-tank role is the role that is the best at actually punishing that. So every decision he makes...
I disagree with that take. I think that's just kind of an arbitrary rule. Why off-tank? Why not a DPS or why not main tank? Well, I don't think there's any reason why it specifically has to be off
If he makes a
tank.
good one, he got rewarded for it, i.e. that anti-nade that was perfectly timed on his Winston, that anti their Winston and heal buffed his. Their Winston ended up dying, that's what led them to winning the fight, although when he went in and misused his cooldowns, he ended up getting punished for it, particularly by that off-tank role, who watched him make that bad decision.
I mean, in that particular example, but that just could just as easily have been literally anybody in the enemy team except for the enemy Mercy.
Let's look at this fight here, particularly at what tanks had to do, right? When tanks made a bad decision with 2 tanks in the game with the tank synergies, there weren't enough support abilities to automatically bail them out because healing was much more limited. So, for example, look at Gale this fight. His Winston goes too far forward. This forces Gale to use his nade to heal both of his tanks, meaning that he's now vulnerable, right? His tanks made a mistake, and because the supports had a limited amount of healing they could actually put out, they were actually vulnerable in the backline because of his tank's bad decision. So now their tank has to go forward, their diva gets demeched, it forces the beat early, and they actually had to pay the price for their tanks misplaying and taking too much damage before the fight. There was no way to bail these players out for free, and they end up dying because there aren't enough resources to completely bail these tanks out from making bad decisions.
I think this is a correct take. I know where he's going with this, and I don't know that I agree with his conclusion, but I don't think you can disagree with this. I mean, I think even if you think back to your Overwatch 1 experience, there was a lot more time spent healing. I think that is true. I think that is true.
They did end up dying to the rip tire, and there was a big.
I'm just trying to think, guys. Like I don't have like an agenda here, you know, that I'm trying to push. Really, I'm just trying to think.
Shakes that fight, but that concept is really, really important. The amount of support could actually do to automatically negate a mistake.
But see, but you know, tanks needed more support from. Yes, I mean, you guys. Okay, think about it this way: how much better is a Brig Lucio, Zen Lucio's, even in EDRE Mercy backline than the equivalent in Overwatch 2? Or Overwatch 1, excuse me. Like Overwatch 1, I remember the games playing Reinhardt with the Zenyatta Brig. You know, like it was unplayable because it wasn't just you that demanded healing.
Was significantly lower, and the cost on the support's end was much greater because there was a risk to it. That concept forced tank players to have to play more conservatively with their resources and their synergies, if you will. Because if there were less bailout mechanics and less healing overall for them to actually get out of misplay situations, they had to be more careful. So if you were a
That is true as well.
bad tank who took more damage, most likely your supports would either not get the cooldowns on you to let you survive, but even if they did, good players on the other team would recognize that their supports had to burn all of their resources to bail you out of your mistake and then go and punish your backline.
I think that's fair. I think that's fair.
This meant that no matter what role you were playing, as long as you could execute on those core values positionally, no matter what character you were on, you were going to be able to get a ton of options for value, which made the game feel very open, free.
Let's put it this way. If you made a play on an enemy tank, like if you outplayed the enemy tank line, there weren't get out of jail free cards. There wasn't enough sustain to allow them to survive those mistakes. And even the HP pool of the tanks were not complemented perfectly, was very much more punishable.
Fair and enjoyable for each role because everybody had an opportunity to make a play. This also kept the skills
that I do not agree with.
Very open, free, no matter what character you were on, you were going to be able to get a ton of options for value, which made the game feel very open, free, fair, and enjoyable for each role because everybody had an opportunity to make a play.
You see, that if anything is more true in Overwatch 2 because there's a lot more autonomy with what you can do. When we talk about making a play, I think he's saying that because there's more get out of jail free cards, that there's more resources to be able to put into a single tank, it's harder to punish. But for most characters, not all, I feel like more, if anything, I feel like he's made fair points, and in the direction he went, I don't agree
with. As long as
you
could execute on those core values positionally, no matter what character you were on, you were going to be able to get a ton of options for value. Which
I do not find that. I feel like, especially ironically, I do think even as a tank in Overwatch 1, you did not have the capability to consistently take place because you didn't have the HP or playmaking capability.
Which made the game feel very open, free, fair, and enjoyable for each role because everybody had an opportunity to make a play. This also
I think even just the fact that as a support you had to babysit your tank so much more also limited your ability to make plays.
The skill ceiling of the game very high because it allowed players to continuously discover new ways to play the game and get value. There weren't heroes and abilities that almost allowed you to have infinite resources.
And see, I don't agree with that either. I feel like if anything, there was so many one-dimensional characters in Overwatch 1 that there were only a certain couple of things that you could do with that character at any point in time. Look at things like the Reinhardt pin mechanics that we have now. I think if you look at something like, trying to think here, Zarya's bubble change, Diva. I think there's more across the board, slightly more options with each character with what you can and cannot do.
You're going to be able to get a ton of options for value, which made the game feel very open, free, fair, and enjoyable.
Zarya could only bubble herself once and in a friendly once. She couldn't choose which to do. Reinhardt had so much more limitations with what he could and could not do with Pin.
Because everybody had an opportunity to make a play. This also kept the skill ceiling of the game very high because it allowed players to continuously discover new ways to play the game and get value. There weren't heroes and abilities that almost allowed...
Now, I'm not saying that that's not something that could not have been implemented in Overwatch 1. What I'm saying, that because those absolutely could have been implemented in Overwatch 1. But I think these arguments are always a little bit tainted with rose-colored glasses. You know what I'm saying?
Allowed you to have infinite resources and uptime that just bailed players out of any mistake they made. If those abilities existed in the way they are now, the role it would punish the most is the tank, because tanks are the best at taking position and actually forcing resources out of players. So if those resources get so good that isn't valuable, one of the biggest ways, if those abilities existed in the way they are now, the role it would punish the most is the tank, because tanks are the best at taking position and actually forcing resources out of players. So if those resources get so good that isn't valuable, one of the biggest ways for tank players to actually get value becomes non-existent.
See, but I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that fundamentally outside of a couple of the abilities that we talked about earlier. Basically, what he's saying is listen carefully.
Have infinite resources and uptime that just bailed players out of any mistake they made. If those abilities existed in the way
so get out of jail free cards
they are now, the role it would punish the most is the tank, because tank.
If those were as powerful as they are now, it would punish tanks because
are the best at taking position and actually forcing resources
out
of players. So if those resources get so good,
if the resources that we're forcing are too good,
that isn't valuable. One of the biggest
that's not
ways
valuable. It doesn't make any sense at all. That doesn't make any sense at all. He's saying that forcing resources is not as valuable because his resources are more powerful, which doesn't make any sense. The only time that makes sense is if those resources only are valuable through getting out of jail free cards, which we talked about, right? Like forcing life grip doesn't exactly feel good necessarily because it's the only thing that life grip does. So they could sit on it and wait for you to make a play and then punish you. I don't understand his logic here.
Players to actually get value becomes non-existent.
Because the whole forcing, like if anything, the forcing the CDs is exactly what makes tanks powerful in Overwatch 2. Because it's the only thing that you can consistently do in Overwatch 2, especially when you're being counterpicked. My argument for the whole rock, paper, scissors counterpicking thing is that tanks forcing CDs is, if anything, just as strong in Overwatch 1 or Overwatch 2. But because it's so much more of an aspect of your play, because there are more CDs being thrown your way, it just doesn't feel as fun.
That wasn't something that was...
If you can never force enough resources. But see, that's the I'm the main character disease, which is like, to be fair, it's like, it's a good problem to have in Overwatch because it just tells me that how good of a game it is because it makes you feel like you're the main character so many times. But like saying that, oh, I can't force all the resources you're not supposed to force all the resources by yourself. You're supposed like, that's the point.
Game back in the day when it was in its glory days. Sadly, though, it's time and abilities that almost...
I'm going to try and keep note of this. 11:30 says forcing powerful jail free cards. Understand his point.
Allowed you to have infinite resources and uptime.
I don't understand his point, honestly.
Showed that. Sadly, though, as time went on, you started to see those rules of the game, those principles be broken, and the next character that got released really, really showed that.
We are bedeviled by the misburn.
Talk about the first
lock, the true potential of humanity.
Let's talk about the first time you started to see those core fundamental rules get broken, and that was Moira. I mean, Moira, let's break her down real quick. Moira was the first character that adhered to the design model that is flawed from Jeff Kaplan and Jeff Goodman, in that they wanted to make that complicated game at first and make it easier over time. However, what they didn't understand is that what they thought was making the game easier just meant you were making something better that allowed players to break the rules of the game that ended up making these meta comps that broke the game in turn. So let's break down Moira. She has no mechanical requirement to heal or win duels, right? You can just kind of right-click on a player. It's basically auto-aim and throw damage orders, though you might not get the kill all the time. It's not necessarily about how meta it was. It's are you adhering to the core rules of the game and having a fair drop-off for getting to skip certain aspects of the game that made it game of the year, that made it fun, like Mercy, having very limited offensive potential because she doesn't require that mechanics, right? However, Moira was able to win a decent amount of these duels without any mechanical requirement. She also was able to heal the entire team with high numbers of AoE healing. If you want to have AoE healing be fair, it has to be like Lucio's, where it's a low amount of healing, or else the tanks won't get punished for actually misusing their resources because it's super, super easy for a support to bail them out at low risk, or no risk in Moira's case, because Moira has a fade on top of all those abilities to get out of jail for free. So if she misplays or her tanks misplay, she would have to go up and heal them. If that was an Ana, the Ana would have to nade.
See, Fade is a good example of a probably not that great of an ability, because I would not say that Fade is necessarily always used defensively. It is definitely used in a pretty decent percentage of the time, 20% of the time, aggressively, surely, but a lot less often. It is generally much better and not generally necessary often to fade in aggressively. And I think that's one of those abilities where you got to question its design. You kind of see what I'm saying, right? If all you do as a Moira is save your fade and you don't have a lot of motivation to use it aggressively, then you got to wonder the question of the availability.
Pick which tank to heal, make the correct decision, and then be punishable after the fact for that misplay from the tank. However, if it's a Moira, she can walk up, heal them, bail them both out of the decision, and then fade away and be at way less risk, right? Not to mention, you could stack heal orb with it, right? And build that coalescence super quickly. So you're breaking the mechanical side of things, you're breaking the decision-making side of things, you're breaking the positional side of things, right? And her resources were barely finite. It was very easy to actually build your healing back up just by right-clicking at another tank and kind of juggling those things. So what they thought was making the game lower at the skill floor just opened the opportunity for these tank synergies to be broken, because supports are what enabled this. And the first time...
I'm not going to lie with you guys. I never want to hear again the argument of that low skill floor characters that perform at a high level, that's what the game is healthy for the game. I never want to hear that argument again. I 100% am on board with Samito here. A character that has basically at release had very little downsides and very high output and very easy to play is so incredibly toxic for the game at all ranks, bronze up. I think people kind of get on my case a little bit for trying to like introduce like high skill, healthy skill curves into the game. But I really find that to be, I think that's just inarguably better for all ranks here. The game function, I mean, really think about it. What was the only low skill character in Overwatch's release, right? Bastion, Mercy, maybe? Junkrat? And yet all of those characters had massive, massive drawbacks in some way, shape, or form. Now, I would still argue that those characters were fundamentally flawed in their design, maybe Torbjorn too. But it's also not an irony that those characters were like the most hated as well. And they also had super, super, super downsides. I don't know.
You saw this happen was in the Overwatch Contenders Gauntlet, where Fusion University...
Which like, this should never happen. We should never, ever see this. Moira played in pro play. Never. Should never happen.
One of the best teams to ever play in Contenders. That team is regarded to be one of the best ever. We're playing British Hurricane. You'll see a lot of familiar names in this match. And British Hurricane ended up running the first comp that you really see break the game with Lucio Moira quad tank. And now you did see a triple tank meta previously in the game, though. That was because they had just reworked D.Va, and she was just overbuffed. She got tuned down pretty quickly. Pause, cut the tape. I'm actually wrong here. Big shout out to this Twitter user who caught this. That original tank meta, believe it or not, was actually caused by Ana's nade being too strong with a 5-second duration and a 100% heal increase. The developers actually acknowledged this, crediting that meta to Ana's nade being too powerful when matched up.
And why is this a problem? Because this leans it too hard into the defensive side. It allows too much AoE healing with too little of a cost. And sometimes I think you just take tweaks to fix things.
That have large health pools. So the devs actually knew this at the start of the game, which makes you say again that this design model was intentional. They acknowledged it and they knew it, and yet continued down this path knowing that these types of supports would break the game. Again, huge shout out to this Twitter user for catching it. I would have missed it. Appreciate you, bud. Let's get right back to it. First time that Moira broke the rules of the game. And you started to see these comps emerge where it's like, okay, well, open queue metas might not be doable. And if you could not run Moira...
See, okay, so this is where I'm going to insert a little bit of a Spyloism, okay? 13, I think it was... and this is where I'm going to insert a little bit of Spyloism, where when the reason why AoE healing is bad is because it allows you to break, just AoE sustain in general, it allows you to break the rules of combat. Where it's about map control, off-angling, controlling of space. And when you have characters that do a lot of AoE healing, whether it's Moira, whether it's Brig, whether it's the stacking of tank synergies, I'm not blaming supports here indiscriminately, right? This isn't my video. Then you allow people to cheat the system. You guys weren't around for this, but Junker Queen Shout and Release in beta fell into this category where it gave too much HP and was too powerful. And it allowed people to ignore off angles and just to group up and turtle on point. And anytime where that becomes meta, the game becomes really, really unhealthy. Goats is a classic example where people just cheated the system. And Moira, it is not an accident that Moira falls in this category as well.
With this comp, the tanks would not be able to get healed enough by the Ana, and the Ana would be super punishable by the DPS and a lot of these characters. But because Moira could bail them all out for free almost at a way lower requirement and not be at nearly enough risk, they were able to win the match 3-0 just by mainly playing this comp. And if you thought it stopped there, the next hero that would come out ended up making this principle even more extreme and breaking the game in a way that it would never recover from. And it's regarded to be the single most oppressive meta in esports history.
When my god.
Okay, and can I also say that another problem? Guys, what's Brigitta's problem? One-dimensional. I see. The funny thing is actually this. I don't agree that Brig is necessarily did too many things. I think the thing she didn't do, and she did only a few things, but she did them so overwhelmingly well, she broke the system. That's my argument, right? Going back into the dynamics of the character design, right? She had no range whatsoever. She had no mobility whatsoever. Even her ranged heal was on a really long cooldown. But her AoE sustain, brawl potential, anti-dive potential, CC was so unbelievably strong, it did not matter. It didn't matter. It didn't matter. And so in Samito's arguments, when we talk about positioning, ability usage, mechanics, game knowledge, if we talk about like her weaknesses, she had pretty clear weaknesses, but they didn't matter because the character was so unbelievably strong. And I actually don't think I like characters that are so one-dimensional, because what happens is for them to be functional within that one dimension, because they have such egregious weaknesses, they have to be very strong. Now, obviously not Brig level strong, but they have to be strong, otherwise they're not played. Like, imagine Junker Queen without Gracie, without the ability to range, shoot, probability, and pull them in. How much stronger would Shout have to be? How much stronger would Carnage have to be? Do you see what I'm saying? Do you see what I'm saying? Imagine Sojourn without Slide. Imagine Sojourn without Slide. Imagine how much stronger her Mouse 1 and Railgun would have to be to compensate for the lack of mobility. You guys kind of see what I'm saying, right?
Called back to Overwatch. I tried to convince him not to go. He wouldn't listen. In the end, I can't let him fight alone.
Widowmaker. Widowmaker's a great example. There's a reason why people freaking hate Widowmaker. She does one thing. One thing. And that's it.
She was designed to bring something different to the game. Innovation, new tactics, a fresh approach. Instead, she destroyed Overwatch. Brigitte was too powerful. There's just too much there.
I want to know who Blizzard thought it was a good idea to release a hero like this.
They will just simply swap it away.
You guys, oh gosh, how many of you guys remember Brig's release? Guys, I cannot even tell you how bad it was. Like, I remember pro teams were unbelievably slow to pick it up, but I remember playing Deathmatch with Brig because she came in a round right after Deathmatch was released, and you could not kill her. You could not kill her. You could not kill her. There was never anything like, besides maybe like the initial rework Mercy.
Crucial time lost here for the Outlaws. You want your team to win, right? They're gonna have to play what's meta.
Beginning of the end, Brigitte, right? Brigitte broke every single rule of the game, and she is the sole reason as to why Goat's comp was able to exist, not only as long as it did, but be as strong as it was. Let's break down the core rules that Brigitte broke. She has no mechanical requirement for healing or damage outputs, right? She can easily outduel the DPS, especially at her launch, though that did get tuned down over time. And it really goes to show you, even after 20 plus nerfs from the developers, when we left Overwatch 1 to go into Overwatch 2, in the betas while Overwatch League was playing, the meta had guess who still in it? Brigitte, right? She had to be nerfed again going into Overwatch 2, so none of those nerfs proved to be effective. And that's because the fundamental design of the character was the problem, and they never sat down and addressed it. The big thing being the two forms of healing that she could stack. One of them being a massive range Inspire AoE healing ability that was so broken, we're going to compare it to Lucio's volume. Look at how much bigger the range was on Briggs Inspire compared to Lucio's AoE healing. Not only did Brigitte not have to be near them, but they only had to be in the range of the activation to get healed for the 6 seconds that Inspire allowed, meaning that she didn't have to position near them.
So Samito's argument is more about, like, I think I'm not going to put words in his mouth. We'll finish the video, but I think he's more, he's not against having one-dimensional character designs necessarily, as long as they have very egregious weaknesses to balance. Where my design philosophy is more, I like having characters that are a little bit of a jack of all trades, that have definitely strengths and weaknesses in different aspects, but are balanced to compensate. So his argument is that she was good with AoE sustain, and then especially with the armor pack rework, she was also good at ranged heal as well. And so I disagree with his philosophy, but he's right. He is right.
Near her, they could go wherever they want. As long as they were in the Inspire when it was activated, they could go across the map and still be getting healed for another 6 seconds. She could also stack that healing with her burst healing health pack. That burst heal targets for about maybe 120 health, maybe it was 80 health. I'm not sure the exact number. What? But that pack could also overheal them and apply additional armor on top of it being used with Inspire. She had a very forgiving positional requirement that didn't put her at risk for healing this entire team, but she was also able to heal and duel at the same time. Unlike Ana, who has to really sit down and make a decision every second. If she makes the wrong one, somebody's gonna get punished and die, especially if it's one of the tanks. So while Ana has to make that decision between dueling a target and healing her team, Briggs' kit at its base does all of it for her. Not to mention, she can also stun and flail that DPS or tank hero, whoever it may be, who's diving your backline or dueling a tank on the front end. She can literally force them out, damage them, negate their damage whilst healing, which is something the original supports were not capable of doing, and if they were, they had a ton of risk associated with their kit. The best example of this would be Zenyatta, who is super vulnerable to have the ability to heal his tank at a minimal amount that is not as strong as Briggs and actually do damage at the same time. He has to be in range of those tanks where there's a drop-off to where they could go kill him. But Brigitte, because she had a Winston bubble on her shield and a tank health pool, did not have to worry about any of those things at all, breaking several, actually all of the core requirements of the original game. Brig is the hero that allowed tank comps to be even more broken because of how she passively healed all of them, and were able to force damage heroes away from being able to punish the misuse of tank cooldowns. And she did all this at an incredibly minimal risk requirement compared to the original supports, unless you ended up mirroring the goats, in which case you could actually run her over. She forced the game to be in that playstyle. And if you give credit, Frito, had hero bans existed, Brigitte would have been banned pretty much every game, and you would have still seen DPS comps get played in open queue. As long as a hero like Brig exists that breaks all of the core fundamentals of what the original game entailed, tank synergies would always be too overpowered, in that it wasn't the usage of the abilities that were OP, it was that you just got healed so much that it didn't matter if you misused them. Those tank synergies always existed in the game. It's just when AoE healing supports that could do everything and bypass these core fundamentals existed, it just didn't matter.
Now, some of you guys are probably thinking, well, wasn't like bubble usage and matrix usage and shield usage matter a lot in GOATs? And the answer is yes, absolutely. However, that's not what Samito's talking about. Samito's talking about not in GOAT mirrors, but if you were to play GOATs into other compositions, like let's say a normal composition, you wouldn't get punished at the same level that you would playing a normal DPS composition, where you have cooldowns, you don't have cooldowns. Whereas this, there is so much covering of weaknesses. Now, I'm going to be honest with you guys here, that I'm going to interject here that I don't think it's only the supports here. Was it triple quad tank already a thing before Brig? Yes. I do think that tanks had a hand in this as well. There's a very specific reason why, when we're talking about triple and quad tank, that you bring D.Va and you bring Zarya into the mix. Is because those characters provided utility and complemented each other's strengths and weaknesses in a way that just running two tanks didn't. Lucio, Moira, absolutely. To me, supports is what enabled, whether it's Moira or Brig, are what enabled things like quad tank or GOATs to work. However, the potential was always there with the overall tank sustain. You get what I'm saying? So for me, it's like, who do we really blame here? We're blaming Moira Brig in this video, and I think that's fair because those character designs sucked. But if we ever introduced any sort of AoE healing support, let's just say that you had two Lucios. You had two Lucios and an Ana. We would have seen some variation of GOATs with two Lucios and an Ana. You get what I'm saying? If you had made Brig to be quote unquote balanced and only do like the AoE heal sustain thing, right? we still would have seen Goat's meta at some point in time, because the ability to have that much, being able to stack the supports and stack the tanks, they would have broken at some point. So to me, it's like, I agree that supports were the problem. Very specific supports, again, to be very clear, right? But I think the potential was always there with the ability to stack unlimited tanks. All it took was just the right combination of supports, which eventually is going to happen, right? And it was gonna happen. Because even before, think about it this way, even before Moira or Brig, I want you guys to go back on a Lucio, okay? Throw in a Kiriko in there. Throw in an Iyari in there. Throw in a Brigitte without armor pack and without whip shot. And I think you still see some variation of tank stacking or support stacking in some way, shape, or form. I don't know. I think it's easy to blame the supports because the support design was so bad objectively. But I don't necessarily think that because this is the context by which this video is being made, right? It's the 5v5. So I think we do have to be aware of that.
It wasn't the tank's fault, it was the supports. And what proved this, in my opinion, was the emergence of Sombra goats, which I found it very ironic that Avril and Jake would...
And I do agree that the supports were to blame, but not supports, certain supports, all right?
Argue for 5v5 when Jake's team was the team to beat the best GOATS team to ever play the game, the San Francisco Shock, in a thrilling Map 5 match that I'm sure everybody remembers by dropping one of the tanks for Dante on Sombra. They still ran the triple support because that was more essential in that matchup, in that meta, than the triple tank. The Sombra GOATS comp emerged and started beating tons and tons of GOATS teams, and there was like a little micro meta shift I remember because I was playing in contenders at that time to a lot of teams.
Thank you for the sub, mate.
Playing that Sombra GOATS. If the tank synergies were so OP and more OP than the support synergies, why did you see Sombra GOATS emerge and become successful? What, to counter Avril's point that he also brought up in the debate, try and run triple support without GOATS. There were plenty of triple support comps without GOATS. You saw Monkey Diva Soldier, Lucio Zen Brig, right? There were tons of different variants of that style of comp because triple support with supports that broke the fundamentals of the game were far more.
But again, do you notice like what supports are coming up here? It was usually Brig. It was usually Brig because Brig was so good at one niche and then also had additional value elsewhere. I personally don't know that I necessarily let me find a good starting point here. Sombra wasn't necessarily about countering tanks. It's just that she did a lot of damage and had a really powerful ultimate. Like a really, really powerful ultimate that was good. The funny thing about Sombra is that like she happened to work very well. Like EMP into the tank compositions was okay. Like there wasn't an ultimate besides EMP that would consistently get value DPS wise. It just removed all your abilities. That was it. It just cut off all your abilities and all shields. It was really, really broken.
More broken than anything triple tank was capable of doing to the original core values of the game. So do not let people who are trying to say 5v5 is better tell you that the tank synergies were the most OP thing in the game.
But see, he's making a bit of an extrapolation. Am I using the right term here? Because we're not talking about goatsmen when we're talking about tank synergies. What about post roll-lock, mates? Right? What about post roll-lock? Before? I can agree with that. Brig, Lucio +1. 100% I can agree with that one. But post Rolluck? Maybe. But let's not pretend that the tank combos weren't a problem either. You see, he's shifting the argument. He's substituting. He's substituting the argument that supports are more powerful than tanks. But I don't think he's doing this on purpose, but we were debating about what enabled goats, but now we're debating about what is better 6v6, 5v5. Like the tech spec, or sure. But we're not, those are two very different things. You guys get what I'm saying, right? Support synergies are what enabled goats to be a problem. I would agree with that. Tank and to an extent supports and to an extent tanks, mostly support though. Mostly Brig, mostly Moira. Yes, all on board with that one. But after Rolluck, I'm not so certain that tank synergies don't take some of the blame here. And I don't like that argument's been substituted because that's an easy straw man to knock down.
The only reason these comps got out of hand can always be tracked back to the AoE healing rule-breaking supports that deny.
So I'm going to hope that he continues to break down the story of Overwatch past Rolluck.
Forcing tank synergies out of position. Every single one of these metas can be traced back to those supports, and that's where we're taking this conversation next. The infamous double shield meta with the most oppressive.
All right, here we go.
Let's go ahead and talk about it.
I'm open to being wrong here.
Sigma were absolutely too strong at the start of double shield, right? Sigma had like a 1200 HP barrier. It was insane, and Orisa's barrier was super strong as well. It was kind of a rush playstyle with Doom, Reaper, Lucio, Moira, though I wonder if that comp would exist without Moira. But the bottom line is that is one meta where the heroes, again, were just super strong individually. They adhered to Jeff Goodman and Jeff Kaplan's design model that was flawed, that was to make an easier game over time, even though what that actually meant.
Do you guys want to know why Orisa Sigma were broken? I don't know about Sigma because Sigma came in about the same time, but they kept buffing crap. They kept buffing crap over and over and over again because of Goat's meta, the wrong stuff. Anyway. I think one of the arguments Samito made in the podcast is that double shield only worked because Bat Brig shut down dive. But you see how that argument's fundamentally flawed, right? Bat Brig shut down dive. So you had to run Bat Brig. So you're saying that Bat Brig had to be run because the dive tanks were too strong? You see what I'm saying? Or that the tracer was too strong? The DPS were too strong? If not for those supports, you could counter double shield with dive. So you're saying that dive is strong enough to force dive meta because the dive tanks are too strong. If dive tanks are strong enough or dive DPS are strong enough that it required Bat Brig to prevent dive from being meta, then is the problem really Bat Brig or is the problem the dive tanks? Now, we can get into the semantics of whether we want a dive meta or do we want dive tank meta. No, I get it, but you see my point, right? Because I actually made a tweet about this a long time ago. And I thought it was a bit spicy. People were complaining about Brig as being played in every single matchup. But at the time, I made a statement, this was probably 4 years ago, where I said, the reason why Brig is played everywhere is because if you don't play Brig everywhere, you just die instantly to Ball Tracer. Or you die to Winston Tracer over and over again, that you couldn't play anything else. Now, it's been a long time. I don't remember how accurate that was to Super. Thanks so much for the sub. But it definitely felt like that as a contenders coach at the time. You really had to play Brig to enable your backline to survive at all. Because this was coming off of a DPS power creep post Goats. So all the DPS were beefier, supports died instantly if you didn't have a Brig. I mean, I would love a not Bat Brig meta, but let's keep going.
Was just making do it all characters with no weakness. These characters had the strongest barriers in the game, the strongest range damages in the game, and also the best sustain and brawl abilities in the game. And if you combine that with AoE healing, well, of course, you're going to end up breaking the game altogether. This is why even when you saw the barrier health get cut in half, Orisa and Sigma stayed dominant because it never was their barriers that were powerful, it was Fortify, which is why in this game, Overwatch 2 without the second tank and without the shield, you still see people complaining about Orisa because Fortify actually right now is as strong as it was in Overwatch 1 minus a little bit of the overhealth.
I don't necessarily agree with that. I think with Orisa, it was always a complicated factor of multiple things. I think Orisa was easier to play. I think the shields 100% mattered a lot because it gave you ability to control off angles consistently. I think AoE sustain with the BAP and break enabled it to deal very well versus the off angles as well. And I also think Halt was one of the best map control abilities we've ever seen in the history of the game because it allowed you to assault people from range with off angles with spam. I think Halt comboed with everything. And it was also very useful to deny dive staging.
That you get, you can't headshot it. You
Go
can't
well, Ryrock. Thank you.
50% damage reduction. While Sigma also had his grasp, which was
I actually don't think Fortify was the most important thing. I think it was important, but
like ability that healed him for additional or gave him overhealth.
I don't think Grasp or Fortify was the big deal. The bigger deal for me.
Even with his barrier and range poke and stun. If you compare these characters to Reinhardt or Zarya, who had a finite barrier or one bubble for themselves in a lower health pool, how is it that the tanks that have range poke, CC on both of their kits have better brawl and sustain abilities than the Reinhardt and the Zarya, the OG brawl tanks of the game? They had everything on their kit, and the developers never wanted to remove those abilities or nerf them drastically because
I don't know. So his argument is that they had their cake and ate it too with the brawl capabilities with Fortify, Shield, Pull. No, Aristasig did not have better brawl than Reinhardt. I don't understand the point either, to be honest with you. What Aristasig had, though, is more consistent shield, brawl, sustained. Halt could deny brawl.
because it was their design model. They thought they were making the game easier, but they really were just replacing what made the game great originally.
I don't even know that they were thinking they were making the game easier.
But even with that difference, even with those tanks being overkitted, if you could not run DLC AoE healing supports and you had to run Mercy Ana or Lucio Ana, you still could play other comps other than Double Shield in the Double Shield effectively because the supports wouldn't be able to heal enough to actually stop players from piercing the barrier and doing raw damage to these characters. You could play dive and split and punish characters behind them because if Ana had to come forward and use her nade on the team and actually have to make the decision to heal one or the other, not heal all of them at once and have those two abilities stacked together,
Did you get to see patch notes early? What do you mean? The Sombra stuff?
like Brigand Baptiste, the backlines would actually be.
Double Shield beat Ryan Zarya, but it beat Ryan Zarya because it could poke out the brawl before it arrived through its ranged pressure, and because it also had the ability to deny pushes through halt, plus damage combos. Like, Double Shield beat Ryan Zarya for multiple different factors. The only reason it could out-brawl them is because everything that it did leading up to the brawl, if that makes any sense.
Punishable. And as I referred to at the start of this video when talking about game.
Yeah. I'm not sure. I'm probably gonna be like another half an hour, 40 minutes, something like that. Yeah.
And reviewing his footage.
Wouldn't other comps suffer from less healing? Not. No, because not every other comp groups up like this.
When he walked up and misused his abilities, that's what heroes like D.Va were very good at punishing. Like Zarya were very good at punishing. Heck, even Wrecking Ball, some of the DLC characters that you had out there. Reinhardt, if you misused your cooldown and were forced forward and didn't have exo boots to jump away, Flail and CC to knock people away, you were actually punishable for misplaying. But the DLC supports were not, which is why Tank became a miserable role to play. Because unless you played the more boring, not fan favorite Orisa and Sigma characters, you didn't have enough abilities on your kit to match up with the do-it-all characters that they continue to put in the game to make it easier. It didn't.
I don't understand this point here.
When he walked up and misused his abilities, that's what heroes like D.Va were very good at punishing. Like Zarya were very good at punishing. Heck, even Wrecking Ball, some of the DLC characters that you had out there. Reinhardt, if you misused your cooldown and were forced forward and didn't have exo boots to jump away, Flail and CC to knock people away, you were actually punishable for misplaying. But the DLC supports were not.
I don't agree with that there. I'm trying to understand his point where like you could mess up your ability usage and still be fine. I don't agree at all. I don't agree at all. I mean, misusing your lamp, you know? Cheers, Match Bimpy. Glad to help. See, this is the problem. This is the problem right here. I know I'm biased for this. I know that I'm more likely to favor my arguments. But the reason he's like, oh, they have 3 get out of jail free cards. Well, so does Ana, or at least 2. The reason that you don't have that problem as much with Ana is because there's actual motivation for her to use her get out of jail free cards. That point applies to ladder, not pro play. I'm not sure I understand what you're saying. Like, there's no reason for you to waste your Baptiste shift or to waste your lamp. I think that's maybe the point that he's getting at. That like I totally disagree that if you misuse your abilities, you're not going to get punished. That's not true at all. Like if I didn't have your lamp, you were in serious trouble. But there was no reason to waste your lamp because there's nothing else you could do with it. I still don't understand what you're saying. That you can misuse cooldowns and be fine. I don't even necessarily agree in ladder. I don't agree in ladder either. So you guys are complaining about BAPs get out of jail free cards, but that's because that's all they do is get out of jail free cards. Where's my epic pen here?
Which is why Tank became a miserable role to play, because unless you played the more boring, not fan favorite Orisa and Sigma characters, you didn't have enough abilities on your kit to match up with the do-it-all characters that they continue to put in the game to make it easier.
I don't agree with that either. I don't think that Orisa Sigma were requirements to deal with Bat Brig. I think those characters were enabled more by the synergy of having. I think the issue here is more of the AoE sustain that enabled so many of these characters to work in situations when they shouldn't.
Didn't make the game easier, it replaced what was fun about the game for most of these players.
Dude, oh my god! Stop it! Oh, dude, I'm done with my... Oh my god! Oh my...
Like, the whole point of this clip is just how unbelievably easy it is to just bash at a Reinhardt and get value, right? Yeah, classic clip. Like, that's all you do. Like, that's the other thing, too, is how much easier it is for the Brig to press bash.
Dude! Combine that with all the CC that got added to the game, and that's why you saw a massive exodus from people wanting to play tank, which is why they played a big part in us moving to 5v5. Before we get into 5v5, though, instead of...
And I don't necessarily agree with that, but I understand the sentiment. So his argument is that people do not want to play tank because therefore people did not want to play tank. Unsure if true. There's no real way to know that, but I think that's an understandable argument.
Nerfing these characters properly, Blizzard refused to do that for some reason. If they nerfed Drone, which was a 250 health drone at first to about 150 HP, they compensated it in his ultimate and made his ult massive or increased his damage. They wouldn't nerf these overpowered characters. They would simply distribute their value elsewhere, which makes no sense because they were simply better characters. Instead of fundamentally changing these characters, they would rather nerf Brigitte 20 plus times. I don't know about you guys, but the definition of insanity should kick in here. If you have to nerf...
Now, I will agree. I agree. Balance team was unbelievably slow and stupid. I agree with this one. I agree with this one. You guys don't understand how spoiled we are nowadays. Those in chat, remember, we'd go like a month or two with nothing, and then there's some minor inoffensive tweak, and then nothing. You guys remember that, right? Yeah, they buff Reaper to stop Goat. It was just total brain dead development. So I agree with that. I agree with that.
Nerf a character 20 plus times. Maybe something's fundamentally wrong with the design, and that's why it's too good. Maybe you gotta take a step back and look at it from a different angle. Instead, they tried to change the format of the game, and even when they did that in the Overwatch 2 betas, the pro players were still playing on Overwatch 2. Guess who was still meta at the start of Overwatch 2? Brigitte. Because her fundamental design was still incredibly powerful and strong. In 6v6, these problems were fixable by balance. It was a pretty, frankly, easy fix. You can't have the DLC heroes do multiple things in the game and break all those core principles that made the game fun for the original cast back in the day. Instead, almost all of them did. All you had to do was change 4 or 5 characters fundamentally, and the game would have been able to work. However, the solution we came up with was to go to 5v5, which is actually caused more problems than it solved. And this is where we're going to get into the crux of the big debate recently. Let's segue to 5v5 and talk about the goals of 5v5. What did it want to achieve? Let's start by focusing on the tank role here. 5v5 wanted to make tank more approachable for people, let you kind of be the star, the striker, if you will. And I'm going to refer to this SVB clip from the Group Up podcast where they're talking about tank and the star power and the realization that while tanks were supposed to be the stars, that's not actually how it ended up playing out.
For example, real sports. I don't know American stuff, guys, so I'm sorry, but Salt will feel me when I talk about football. It's like everyone wants to be the striker, right? Everyone wants to be the guy who's scoring goals. Nobody wants to be the goalkeeper. That's like you eventually convert to being a goalkeeper later on when you're a kid, because like nobody wants to be that guy. Nobody wants to be the defender. Everybody's like, I want to score goals. I want to be the hero. Why is Overwatch so different in that way? Why is it that like the one role that's like the most pressure is also the most miserable? Why is tank not the star role, right? Like why is the game not made in a way where if we're gonna ask this one role to bear the burden of like you must dictate the engagements, you must eat all the crap for the rest of your teammates? Why is it also like the least powerful role? Why is it like why is that not the star role? Why don't we want?
You guys saw me. I feel like the reason why that's the impression.
Ah, boy.
Yo, Question, what's up? Thanks to the raid, mate. We're going over a Samito video. Big fan? Hey, you know what? I like Big Fan a lot better than Go Off Short King. My chat needs to learn from that. Big Fan is way better than Go Off Short King. I think that's a trade-off we're willing to make. Or bro thinks he's a coach. No, that's not your cue to say that. Thank you. Bro thinks he's a short king is just doesn't hit nearly as well. Yeah, we're looking at Samito's how supports killed Overwatch video. We're slowly going through it. Big fan refers to us, not you though. Yeah, shut up. Okay. So we're talking about like let's go back. Listen carefully here.
More approachable for people, let you kind of be the star, the striker, if you will. And I'm gonna refer to this SVB clip from the Group Up podcast where they're talking about tank and the star power and the realization that while tanks were supposed to be the stars, that's not actually how it ended up playing out.
For example, real sports. I don't know American stuff, guys, so I'm sorry, but Salt will feel me when I talk about football. It's
Bro,
like
thanks.
Striker, right? Everyone wants to be the guy who's scoring goals. Nobody wants to be the goalkeeper. That's like you eventually convert to being a goalkeeper later on when you're a kid, because like nobody wants to be that guy. Nobody wants to be the defender. Everybody's like, I want to score goals. I want to be the hero. Why is Overwatch so different in that way? Why is it that like the one role that's like the most pressure is also the most miserable? Why is tank not the star role, right? Like why is the game not made in a way where if we're gonna ask this one role to bear the burden of like you must dictate the engagements, you must eat all the crap for the rest of your teammates? Why is it also like the least powerful role? Why is it like why is that not the star role? Why don't we want tank to be the role that everyone gravitates towards, where all the people are like, oh, I want to be the carry, I want all the glory. Go be the tank, take all the pressure, but you get to decide the win too. Okay, that's the trade-off. Well, at the moment, it feels like the trade-off is you get fucked.
The reason why.
Okay, so I'm gonna give my opinion on this very quickly. The reason why are tanks the punching dummy and not the hero? I first off, I totally disagree that that's a significant. I think it is a consequence of going 5v5 to an extent, because if you go back to where we initially talked about, one of the things that I repeated over and over again in that podcast with SVB is that when you reduce 2 to 1. Everything that was put on 2 is now put on 1. You got what I'm saying? It's pretty obvious, right? And instead of getting double the healing, we've realized that actually supports do heal you, yeah, but they actually pay more for their own offensive value, right? So all the CC, all the CDs, everything goes towards you, and it's not split up towards 2 fat bodies. You get what I'm saying? So we're very clear on that. So the problem that I have is there's 2 things. One, that there's the number of cheese abilities that require too low effort and too high value. Bastion turret form, Junkrat trap. Whether you could talk about anti-nade and Discord, we weren't going to go down that rabbit hole. But the number of things that are very easy to apply and have significant value All of those go directly towards you. Everything goes towards you. Now, again, that doesn't mean that you can't play the game. It just means that you don't get to play the game that you necessarily want to. Because you're a cooldown absorber, right? Right? You create space, which, to be fair, I think part of it is also people don't like that, and I get that. So now this is the really important part, and I think this goes in with Samito's point, and this also goes in with Yeedle's point in this very same podcast. And what Yeedle was saying is that, okay, so if we're 5v5, first off, my point was like the skill curve thing needs to go first off, right? But then the other thing that's really important is you need the ability to outplay more of these abilities. Cheers, Saber. You need more ability to outplay these abilities. Do you get what I'm saying? Just like Samito was saying, hey, you could technically outplay Sleep Dart, all that kind of stuff, right? Okay. But you can't outplay Life Grip. And you really can't outplay Discord. And you can't outplay Javelin Spin consistently as certain characters, and you can't outplay Javelin. And you can't outplay a Sombra. I know this is poor timing, but you can't outplay a Sombra sitting in her backline and hacking you. Now, again, that's not often very good for Sombra. It's not exactly the most optimal play, but it is something you can do, and it feels bad. And so the problem is that the amount of abilities that require too little effort and that do not give the original tank the ability to outplay. That's why people play Orisa. That's why people are playing Zarya right now, besides the fact that she's super strong, is because with Bubbles and Fortify, you have the ability to outplay or survive or push through these shortcomings. Ha! Too late, Questron. Too late! All that sweet, juicy ad revenue, $3.16 is mine, boy! It's mine! Oh, I'm gonna be eating well tonight. So I get the point. Now, I want to hear why Samito says it's a problem. Because remember, nothing has changed from 6v6 to 5v5 besides subtracting one tank. In fact, a lot of the cringe CC has gone away. Not all of it, but some of it has. There's less in the game than there was in Overwatch 1. You don't have it set to 3 minutes per hour, so you only get 30%. Oh, man. $2.20. All right, let's see what Samito says.
Decide to win too. Okay, that's the trade-off. Well, at the moment, it feels like the trade-off is you get fucked.
The reason why tanks don't feel this way in 5v5 is because of the same reason we referred to at the start of this video. How tanks got value in the original game was by punishing players who were out of position who misused their cooldowns, particularly squishies, right? So if an Ana or a support walked forward and misused their abilities, the tank could actually dive on them and get that kill. Tanks probably got value that way about 50% of the time, but because and misused their abilities, the tank could actually dive on.
I'm just gonna go ahead and say it really calmly, once and for all. If I see or hear this argument again, I am going to publicly and completely unclothed, potentially in war paint, while singing probably some sort the most everyone's least favorite song. I'm going to commit a war crime if I see this again. I'm going to commit a war crime if I see this again. I understand the argument of that, oh, I went in as a tank and my other tank held the front line. But that's like la fantasy Candyland world. The irony is that these very same people talk about how like you relied on your off tank to help you take damage. Like the Reinhardt relied on the Zarya, the Sigma relied on the Sigma to take space or to hold space. And yet in the same breath, these people talk about like those things like they were doing, like, no. Does the diva help the Winston? Does the diva help the backline? You can't do both. It makes no sense. What do you think your team is dying to? What is your team dying to? If I dive a Widow as a Winston, my team dies to the enemy tank. What? What does that even mean? The enemy tank is doing the same thing as you're doing. Why do I have to explain this to people? When you go kill enemy, they sometimes kill you back. Whoa, no! Wow, that's a shocker. What else are you expecting to do? Sit in their heels? Smoke a cigar? Like, that's their job, you moron. And I'm not saying this to Samito. I'm saying this I hear this all the time, like from everybody. It makes no sense. What? Duh. In Overwatch 1, if you chase a kill, your team dies. Duh! What does it even mean, bro? Like, what does it even mean?
On them in cooldowns, particularly squishies, right? So if an Ana or a support.
Because I want to be very clear, Samito has made some phenomenal points in this, and has really changed my mind about a couple of things. I actually now after watching this video, I have been convinced that support up to roll lock and even to an extent after roll lock were the bigger contributors to some of the awful metas. And I also convinced that he's made a really good argument for the Overwatch 1 development team's inability to properly balance the DLC support heroes was more of a problem than anything else when it came balance-wise. I agree with that 100%. I think I agreed with that before I even watched this video, to be honest with you guys. But this isn't it.
Was by punishing players who are out of position.
And the only reason why I'm dying on this hill arbitrarily is because it's such a toxic thing to say, because it's something that persists in lower ranks, which is why lower ranks focus on the tank trade so much, because they're scared that if I leave the tank trade, my team will die to the enemy tank, not understanding the unbelievable irony in that statement. You get what I'm saying? I don't want to go kill the enemy backline, because if I do, then the enemy tank will kill my backline. It's a bad thing to say, because it leads other players to do things that they shouldn't. I have to like, I'm not saying that there's like a million plat players watching this video, but every plat player or silver player that watches this and thinks about it this way, when I have to coach them, I have to try and dig up the bad habits that they've heard from videos like this. Because it's stupid. It's really bad. It's misinformation.
That way about 50% of the time.
So that's a pet peeve. Doesn't really compromise the quality of the video, but it's a pet peeve.
But because supports over the years, and especially in 5v5, have all been given these get out of jail free abilities constantly, now you cannot get value that way, because the supports are too tanky and not.
But it's not just you trying to kill the supports. Like, here's a question for you guys. What does... I understand. Okay, so this is where I think we need a little bit more nuance to the argument. I understand. Like, let's talk about life grip. Okay, let's talk about life grip. I want you guys to pay very close attention to this argument, because this is really important. How do you get value as a life grip? Let's say you're playing Winston dive into a life weaver. What does life grip from the enemy life weaver do? You guys tell me. Annoy me, feeding about to die, saves an enemy. Okay, so what if you aren't running a Zarya? Or obviously because you're playing Winston. What if you don't have a pulse bomb? Like, there are certain circumstances where the enemy team can save a cooldown and do nothing with it and get value out of just denying you and only you. We've talked about that earlier, right? But here's the question. What does Immortality Field? Now, I freaking hate Immortality Field. I think it's a stupid ability. It has very little nuance in what it can do. But what does Immortality do? Who benefits from Immortality Field? Who benefits from Immortality Field? Everyone near it, okay? Who could that be? Who could that be? Who? Seriously, just give me some names. Out of water. Brig? Sure. Brig benefits from Immortality. Tank, support, DPS, George. George's a classic Immortality Field benefit. I freaking hate that guy, right? So if you dive the supports and you force Immortality Field, do you now see how you've now exposed the enemy tank potentially to being punished? You force a CD, which has left somebody else exposed. Now, again, Immortality Field is one of the worst offenders. It's pretty one-dimensional. But even in that example, this is just objectively true. Objectively false. Crap. Because if you force an Immortality Field on one person, that now exposes the other person. Right? Do you think your DPS and your supports are just sitting there on your hands? Right, quack like a duck. And that's what I've been saying over and over and over and over and over again. The whole group up podcast with me was not that forcing CDs is bad value. My argument was that it doesn't feel like good value. And that's why I do think we need some changes, because the ability to outplay things like Immortality Field should be an option. Or, okay, listen. If I could say two things, there needs to be more dopamine-inducing ways of outplaying enemy CD value. 3 things. Number 2, there needs to be less cheese, cringe abilities that provide value with too little effort, right? And number 3, the abilities also need more dynamics in how they're used, so you're motivated to use them aggressively more instead of sitting on them and waiting for them for counterplay. For example, Life Grip is one of the worst abilities in the game because there is no offensive way to use it, so oftentimes it's just sat on and used to counter what you want to do. Whereas in On a Nade, there's a motivation to use it aggressively, but then if they use it aggressively, you can punish them. In addition, you can counterplay On a Nade as many of the tanks, not all of them. I know that's a can of worms, but bear with me. And it takes some level of mechanical skill to apply, some level. You guys get what I'm saying? There are too many abilities that I think Immortality Field is one of them that really all it does is save people. There's no really reason to use it anything else. So I don't like what he's saying here. I think he's lost me here.
Constantly. Now you cannot get value that way.
The problem with here's what I will say though. When it comes to that's the problem with BAP's utility though, whether it's the shift or the lamp, is that the irony, because I've coached these heroes hundreds of times, whether it's Kiriko or Baptiste. And what happens when you have abilities that are only for survivability and provide no other form of utility besides survivability, then what you essentially lean into is either A, they enable really, really cancer compositions, or B, I don't know why I'm saying A or B and when I'm doing 1 and 2, or you essentially just have to play super, super aggressively to try to force people to dive you and then abuse your survivability that way. Ash Downing, thanks for the sub, mate. BAP is mechanically skilled Moira? You're not, in a way, in terms of where his survivability and his AoE sustain is his utility, right?
Because the supports are too tanky. And not only is the individual support tankier with more abilities to get out of jail, like Kiriko TP, Cleanse, Lightweaver Grip, Petal, Ilari Poop, right? All 3 of the new supports have abilities like that. Now, instead of having another tank... to help you potentially force out one of those abilities and actually secure a kill while one of you forces it and the other cleans it up depending on the positioning of the fight. Now you're going up against both of those abilities by yourself. Usually it ends up being closer to 4 abilities considering most supports have 2. But I'm going to refer to this super clip here that Flats reacted to, guys. If Super can't do it, how in the world is your average player supposed to be able to do that?
It's one of the best to ever do it, can't do it. Maybe something's wrong.
Wow! Holy shit, that's annoying! Holy shit! You say support's not the most impactful!
What's funny about this is that Super actually played this perfectly. Like, there wasn't anything more he could do as a hero, which goes to show you the fundamental design.
Lars, thanks for the sub.
I feel like everything circles back to that the tank.
Now, thanks for the sub. Cheers, mate.
But they lack agency compared to DPS. I.e. great, I forced Timo out, but now my tracer needs to hit the pulse or they.
I mean, that's just the agency of a team game. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that to an extent you're correct because they lack the ability to consistently counterplay. Like, you can't counterplay a Kiriko just going away from you, right? Besides,
one of the best to ever do it can't do it. Maybe something's wrong.
Right? You can't counterplay that without hitting your like. Right? You can't counterplay that. That's the problem.
Holy shit, that's annoying.
The other problem as well is that because tanks are the initiator, once again, you're going into a situation where everything that the enemy team has that's frustrating to deal with, Sleep Dart, TP, Nade, Suzu, and even Kitsune Rush, is thrown in your direction. Wizard just got for subs in the coaching, yes. So to me, it's like there's always going to be an inherent bias towards tanks hating supports because how many times do you as a DPS interact with the support utility?
Maybe something's wrong.
Why did he jump the Ana instead of Kiriko with no cooldowns? Chat, he broke the algorithm. He asked the question he wasn't supposed to ask. Shh. Shh. There's no agency in this whatsoever. If your tank has to deal with every CC, something is wrong with your team? I mean, maybe. Ana heals Kiriko? I mean, yeah. But he still has an active Winston bubble. Look. Well, he didn't. But you're right. You're right. It would have been a better play at that point in time because the Ana it's much easier for the Kiriko to sustain the Ana at that point in time, especially because the Ana actually has the ability to support her own. Was the Kiriko nano? Okay. You know what? You're right, guys. You're right, guys. So, you guys tell me.
Best to ever do it can't do it. Maybe something's wrong.
Yeah, good catch. See, I didn't catch that.
Wow. Holy shit, that's annoying.
Maybe something's wrong.
Wow. Holy shit.
So what's the solution, guys? What's the problem with this clip? Again, we have to understand that this feels terrible for Super. Let's not pretend that feels otherwise. You force TP, you force Suzu, you force Nade, you force Nano. He forced Sleep Dart, he forced Kitsune Rush, he forced Pulse, he got Pulse bombed.
That's annoying.
And he has the entire enemy team looking at him. The entire enemy team looking at him.
Holy shit!
So follow up. I just don't think that there's a solution to this in full. I think that we can look at this and go, you should not be able to be chain CC'd as often as this as a tank. But I don't think that this is, there needs to be a nuanced answer to this. Just because he pops Nano and then Primal, that gives him the agency to counter 3 ultimates and all the cooldowns in the game. Now you could go, oh, well, his team still lost the fight afterwards. Yes, that's a team game. That's exactly what happens. So again, I am going to be on the side of this and say, like, this feels bad. Tanks should never feel this bad. We should always try to avoid this worst case scenario. What do we need to do to make tanks feel less bad? But I don't think we're ever going to get away from the fact that the tank is always going to have this level of frustration when you're dealing with it. And like the fact that we have clips from Overwatch 1 that showcase this is my point exactly. Yes, it's now put onto 1 target instead of 2, but this will always be the case. It's the equivalent of like, oh, they counter swap me when I go Genji. Yeah, they do. They do. That's how it works. You know, I'm not like, we could talk about how easy those counter swaps are, but like that's just the nature of a team game. And I would also be very curious.
It's one of the best to ever do it. Can't do it. Maybe something's wrong.
Well, no. I think his team was engaged here. Oh, by the way,
you ever do it. Can't do it. Maybe something's wrong.
Do you guys want to know why they lost this fight? This is another really quiet detail. Watch this.
Average player supposed to be able to do that.
It's one of the best to ever do it. Can't do it. Maybe something's wrong.
Watch this. Coach Kobe, thanks for the sub, mate. It's nice to meet you, by the way. Do you guys see something on our screen that has a lot of relevance right now? Do you guys see it? Do you guys see it? It's a 4v5. The most likely person on his entire team to follow up off of this space is dead. I'm just saying. This is a 4v5. No wonder he's getting focused down. What else is the carrot going on I got to look at?
Wow.
I'm just saying.
That's annoying. Holy shit! You say support's not the most impactful?
What's funny about this is that super
One death is a bigger loss.
actually played this perfectly. Like there wasn't anything more he could do as a hero, which goes to show you the fundamental design flaws of 5v5 and what happens when you
See, that's the Samito trap. We can look at that and learn so much from that about the dopamine of a tank, the ability to be chain CC'd as a tank, but he immediately transitions that into a 5v5. Where in a 6v6 format, you know, okay, this is going to be a hot take. This is going to be a hot take. You guys ready for the mother load of spicy takes? The mother load of spicy takes. If this is 6v6, nothing about this changes. Nothing about this changes. Unless he had a diva. Unless he had a diva. And even then, diva would probably be anchoring point. It would not stop him from being slept. It would not stop him from being naded where he was. Maybe the sleep dart. He still has to deal with the pulse bomb, the Suzu. He still has to, like, the thing is he's nano primaled. So everything is going to go his way regardless. The only thing that I can say that he would have benefited from is if the diva was married to him this entire fight, then maybe. Even a Zarya bubble would not have helped him here. A Zarya bubble would not have helped this at all. Zarya bubble would have long ago expired, and Zarya would have been demanding healing on point. Like you said, the only thing that could have gone well from him here is if he'd had a diva to enable some of the CC. And it would not have been a solution for all of them. See, this is the problem. You can look at this and see that's problematic at points. It's complicated, but it's problematic at points. But you can't immediately say that's a 5v5 problem, because I just don't think that's the case at all. I think that, again, 2 tanks splits up the cancer, right? But not always. Not always. There's a reason why we go, oh, that's an Overwatch 1 main tank experience, right? You guys remember that.
You say support's not the most impactful?
What's funny about this is that Super actually played this perfectly. Like there wasn't anything more he could do as a hero, which goes to show you the fundamental design.
Super clip. So a problem. 6v6.
Did we do the bug fixes call yet?
Yes, we did. Yes, we did that earlier, Stefano. It was slow, to be honest with you, but we got through it.
5v5, and what happens when you give supports too many tools? That's what's
What are these notes for? I'm going to be doing a video on this and the SVB podcast, the support thing. I want to kind of combine the two.
Happened throughout all of Overwatch's life. They've kept tooling supports for no reason. They keep making supports unpunishable, and the role that hurts the most always has been the tank. In 5v5, because supports got half of that tank's power that was lost from the game, they're going to have even stronger bailout abilities, meaning the best way to get value. Supports got half of that tank's power that was lost from the game, they're going to have even...
Sports did not get half of the tank's value that was lost in the game. The support power creep has been wildly and grossly over-exaggerated. The support passive, and that's mostly it. Baptiste regenerative burst Oh, I do think support is the most OP. Yes, I do. You guys gotta understand that there's room for nuance here, right? You guys have been spent too much time on social media, reading too many Blizzard forums, spent too much time on r/politics. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, support. I would say support's the most OP. 100%.
Stronger bailout abilities, meaning the best 5 because support's got half of that tank's power that was lost from the game.
The reason why I think supports are the most busted is because I think that support's utility is not as consistently difficult to use. That's the difference.
They're going to have even stronger bailout abilities, meaning the best way to get the support's got half of that tank's power that was lost from the game. They're going to have even stronger bailout abilities, meaning the best.
What bailout abilities from Overwatch 1 haven't been stronger, made stronger in Overwatch 2?
Way to get value is what Spilo said, indirect value from the tank. You're supposed to be the super.
Hey, he said my name.
Stronger bailout abilities, meaning the best way to get value is what Spilo said, indirect value from the tank. You're supposed to be the superstar, but really all you're doing is being a puppet master to your support and actually just trying to force out all their invulnerability abilities and pierce through healing on a tank that has more health and more healing than it did in Overwatch 1, meaning you can actually burst through that target. This happens all the time on tank, and this is why you start to see again a massive exodus from the role, because 5v5 forces the exact same thing that drove people away from playing tank in the first game and makes it even more prevalent in the second game.
So he is saying that there is even more CD forcing and less direct killing in Overwatch 2 than there is in Overwatch 1. Yes, Lamp did get buffed. That is true. I'm honestly not too sure about this statement. It feels like on surface it checks out because in theory there's one fewer tank who should be playing more aggressively that would force those cooldowns, but also there's one fewer set of cooldowns in the enemy team they have to worry about. I'm not sure.
Segueing to the second point here, what made heroes unique in Overwatch 1 was that they couldn't do everything and they excelled at something specific. This actually allowed for more unique and specialist tank design and hero design in general to come into the game. This is what gave these heroes their identity and made Overwatch stand out as a game. For example, Roadhog and Ball both had very unique niches in the game that only were able to happen in 6v6. I'm going to refer to the Group Up podcast again and listen to this quote from Flats.
Hog got put off into the ranch. And like this, like there was nothing to do. Like that was legitimately, in my opinion, correct answer. Like there was no other answer, which I'm saying was the best answer. There just wasn't another one. And so we're gonna have that problem, and it's only gonna get worse as more characters come out because there's just this this philosophy that will not change.
A lot of people trying to defend 5v5 said that Blizzard had more freedom when designing characters in 5v5. That actually isn't true, because in Overwatch 1, you could design characters with a niche and have them really be focused on that niche and have them work in the square.
Yeah. I think he has to be right, though, because you can always have the niche being more available when you have more options. I think that's just simple mathematics, right? Like, for example, if I can only use one spice, I'm going to pick salt or pepper. But if I can add 2 spices, right, then maybe I'm going to introduce garlic powder. And the things that are more niche, it expands the palette, right? Where that analogy maybe falls apart a little bit is that I'm not always so certain that those niche characters were healthy or fun for the game. Because I challenge you guys to name a niche character that is objectively good or fun for the game. Honestly, I might be missing one, but I don't know of a single niche character that was actually good for the game and fun to play into. Lucio? I don't know. I think the role that he served was niche, but yeah, that's a fair point. Tracer I would not describe Tracer as particularly niche. I think Tracer's pretty dynamic, but yes, to an extent. No, I think Ball is too controversial. No, not Ana. Ana's pretty dynamic. Don't confuse dynamics with homogenization. I'm not saying that characters shouldn't have strengths and weaknesses. I'm just saying they should not be caricatures. Symmetra, no, not fun. Junkrat, no, not fun. In fact, to make Reinhardt playable, they had to move him out of his niche. Maybe Lucio. Maybe Lucio. And Winston, Tracer, kind of, sort of, not really. Echo is not niche. Echo is almost the definition of not niche. Echo, I would describe as the first Overwatch 2 character because she is exactly dynamic. Remarkably dynamic. One of the most dynamic characters in the entire game. I don't even know, like, okay, so let's put it this way. Is niche okay if done really, really well? Tracer, Lucio, Winston. Are they niche or not? I don't know. We could probably debate that a long time, but I don't want to be dogmatic about that either, because it could be that niche characters could be doable if done perfectly well. Mercy's niche and freaking hated. Yeah, I agree. Lucio does have dynamics in how he's played, just not necessarily at the top level. There's multiple things that he could do very well. Reddit Lucio, tank speed, peel, pressure, dive. But I think that then it begs the definition of what is niche, right? I don't know.
Format.
Niche in Overwatch 1 or Overwatch 2. I'm
Now, in Overwatch 2, if they don't have covers for any weakness that they may have and don't fit this circular design, well, that hero's never going to get picked because now every single character is competing for one spot. So if your hero has an obvious weak point, someone can just counter swap you on the other team and force you off that character.
That is true. That is true. One-dimensional doesn't work in Overwatch 2 with tank counter swaps. That is 100% true. And that's why heroes like Orisa, I guess like Zarya and stuff, like a lot of the more one-dimensional things are more likely to be either victims of the rock, paper, scissors or be rock, paper, scissors themselves. Orisa is a great example. Orisa, first off, is too high value floor, right? That's the first thing. But I actually think Orisa is a great example because Orisa is so easy to counterpick. Is because she doesn't have mobility and she doesn't have very good range dynamics, the only thing she can do is like short to mid-range brawl, right? So guess who does that exact same role but counters Orisa? Zarya, right? And there's really nothing that an Orisa can do into a Zarya because there's not enough dynamic to the character. There is, again, it goes back to our counterplay idea, right? Where if you have niche characters and niche characters alone, Samito says that you can build a composition that covers the character's weakness. My argument is that if you have dynamic characters in the first place, you don't necessarily need to counterpick because you can always have a dynamic aspect of the character that allows for counterplay.
Because you don't have a second tank to compensate for you. A great example.
And my point is you don't need a second tank to counterpick if you have the design properly. So who's more silly? Me for expecting some form of dynamic and balanced skill curve and character design, or Samito who's expecting 6v6 to come back? That's kind of where we're at right now. I don't think we disagree about problems in the game. I don't think that's at all. Samito is a really smart guy, and I actually think he's really well spoken as well, despite the common opinion. I just don't know that we necessarily agree with the solution here.
Of this is Roadhog. He kind of fit into the mold of that off-tank only style of play, and now that off-tank only style of tank simply cannot exist in the game. Wrecking Ball was another big loser of this model. So if you played Hog and Ball,
I love that he's saying this as he's watching him getting counterpicked by the enemy's area.
Flats is right. 5v5 force this. There are not more options to design characters and tank.
But do we really want Hog back? Do we really want Hog back? That's my point. It's like, do we really want that kind of a one-dimensional foolish character?
There are less options, because if it has a single weak point, the other team will be able to hard counter swap you and force you off that character, rendering it completely obsolete, unless you buff this character up to the point where it's hard meta. But if you do that, then there's no room for any other tank to make its way into the meta or be picked. And this is an unsolvable problem via balance in 5v5.
I just could not disagree more. I think when you have, his point is that when you have tank, rock, paper, scissors for its unpickable tank because it gets countered every time, be meta, it has to be over buffed. But that's a problem with that's a problem with the tank design right now. And that's a problem with dopamine. That's a problem with human psychology. You can only control one of those things, but you could do a better job.
So many people try to strawman the argument or get stuck in this recursive loop of, well, maybe if we buff this character can fix it. Oh, well, you buff this character, now the other character's obsolete. There's no room.
To me, I agree though. It has nothing. I think it has less to do with buffing and nerfing and more to do with character design.
For a second tank to actually fit in the game, so the tank.
I would agree with that. I don't think you can buff or nerf. I don't think you could be like, oh, we need to nerf Orisa. That's why I get really angry when people just say nerf Orisa, because you can't nerf Orisa. You need to change Orisa. You can't buff or nerf or Junkrat or Bastion. You need to change the characters themselves. Or do what I said a long time ago and make a blacklist of characters that you always leave in the bad state.
Tanks are either all or nothing. This goes directly against the interest of casual players who didn't have to deal with the oppressive tank synergies that the top level players had to deal with. As many of the
They didn't have to deal with the oppressive tank synergies, but if their tank did not complement their niche when they wanted to pick a niche character, then they had to deal with it just as bad as it was in Overwatch 2. You get what I'm saying, right? Like if you're playing Reinhardt, and I hate to use this example because it was abused in the Group Up podcast, but it's true. If you're playing Reinhardt Roadhog into any composition in Overwatch 1, you didn't get to enjoy the aspects of your character that like, oh, you know, my Diva, my Zarya can complement me. You didn't get that. You didn't get that in Overwatch 1. And that was a vast majority of the games. Was things just weren't complemented as well as it were in pro play. And I do think Samito is looking at this with a little bit of rose-colored tinted glasses, where the niche characters complement each other's strengths and weaknesses, having drawbacks and like that just didn't happen. What would end up happening is you'd have two characters that did the same thing, or characters that did not complement each other's strengths.
The 5v5 defenders claim they were so oppressive, yet no one in low ranks picked them. But now, because there's only one tank, even the lower SR casual players who just want to play one or two of their favorite characters, that's all they've ever wanted to do. We learned this in Overwatch 1. Casuals only want to play their favorite heroes. Now those players who want to play their favorite heroes, and really only them, which tend to be the more popular Overwatch 1 characters that can get hard countered, like Reinhardt versus Orisa, who they
I want to write this play. And really not just tank DPS.
can pick a and just deny your value. Or if you want to pick Diva, they just pick Zarya and beam right through you. They have to deal with this counter-swapping issue where if you don't counter-swap, you get rolled. These players would rather stick on that character and get rolled all game than swap. This is what has happened, and that's why you see so many more steamrolls in the lower level of play. The rock, paper, scissors-esque of the game cannot be fixed with...
I don't think that's necessarily true. I don't know if that's necessarily true or not, but unquestionably 5v5 is a lot more steamrolly. That's just human psychology. One bad player, one tilted player, one confident player, one person playing well has a much bigger impact than it does in a 66.
Balance, because...
And I don't think that has anything to do with the Tinker support. He is right. A 66 is more likely to be stable just from the simple fact of having another ultimate to kind of stabilize things, another player. But yeah.
There's only room for one tank. So if one tank gets buffed, by definition, no
but it's the tax that you have to pay for having more individual autonomy.
No matter
right?
what you do, the other tanks are losers, and you can't fix that unless there's a second tank in the game to help mitigate that and allow other heroes to backfill into the most dominant tank at that time. It's unsolvable in 5v5, and this is a new problem that has really taken away from the experience of what made tanking fun in Overwatch for your casual player back at home. And while in 6v6, balance could solve it, 5v5, no matter how you balance the characters, this principle will always be there, and Flats is starting to kind of realize this. The game is dumbed down, and there's nothing you can do about it. It's simply forced in this format. I'm going to play another clip of SBV starting to realize this.
It's a dumbing down the game. I know, I can already hear Samito's voice in the back of my head, like, it's a 6v6 problem, SBV, it's a 6v6 problem, like, this wouldn't be a problem in 5v5. I think it can be solved. Again, I agree with Flats. I don't really have a dog in the race. I just want Overwatch to be good. And I think there's so much 5v5 can offer. We just really barely explored it because we keep going back to this. And I really don't want the game to turn into this. I really don't want the game to turn into this very one-dimensional basic, like, we're just playing rock, paper, scissors with extra steps and better graphics.
I used to think this as well. You could just balance the game better and make it work until I realized I was going up in a loop and I never actually had a concrete answer as to how to make all these heroes fixable. I ask anybody who's defending 5v5 this question: can you write down specifically on paper exactly what you would do to solve this problem? Give me a specific, exact answer. And when you realize that you can't, that's when you realize you're stuck.
Yes, I can. I can, guys. I not only can I do it, we've already done it. We've already started doing it like a month ago. We did it like a month ago, like 2 months ago. We started it with the DPS. We moved on to the supports, and now we're moving on to tanks soon. We're doing it, guys. We're trying. I don't know if they're gonna do it or not. Guys, they're already starting to do it. Like, look at the Sombra thing. Look at what they're doing with Pharah, right? Where you have a character that's untouchable in the sky for half the tank cast, right? So you get countered by Pharah unless you're playing Diva. We're doing it, guys. It's a lot of work. Yeah, it's a lot of work. And again, I'm not necessarily dying in the 5v5 hill. I like 5v5 better personally. I like the more playmaking potential. As a support player, I like them more. I like the dynamics of the tank a lot better. But we are. It's going to take a lot of work. If we were to go back to 66, I wouldn't care as long as we brought over a lot of the things that we've learned from 5v5. So at this point, to me, it's just like, I'm assuming that we're staying with 5v5. I don't defend 5v5 like I think it's objectively superior. I think that's stupid. I think thinking that 5v5 is objectively superior, I don't think that that's true at all. But of course we could do it, guys. Of course we can do it. Not only can we do it, we've done it. We've sat in chat for hours and come up with many ideas. Some of them as simple as making Discord a little bit weaker in tanks. How to specifically solve the 6v6 issues? Well, see, that's the thing. You know, I agree. I don't think it's simple as like, oh, if we just go back to 6v6, everything is fixed. I think even if we were to go back to 6v6, the large majority of these issues would still be there. Like, we just got done with 35 minutes of everything wrong, or 30 minutes of everything wrong with 6v6 up to this point, right? So, you know, I don't think any of these problems are really unique to 5v5. They're just maybe a little bit exacerbated for the one player, right? For the one player.
Because if you try to fix one hero in one direction, it simply is just going to immediately be replaced by another, and that character is just going to be left behind because there's no second role for them to fit into, which allowed so many different tank
I see, this just makes no sense to me whatsoever. And I really think Samito is a smart guy. And I know that I have said stuff that is totally makes no sense on hindsight. And people have called me out on it. But I'm going to call out Samito. I love you, but this makes no sense. What identity was there in 6v6? And why did they work better in 6v6? Whenever I ask why snipers worked better in 6v6, the only answer I get is that you had a second tank that could better control the sniper. But they give me no argument about why one-shots and why snipers were acceptable. This makes no sense.
to be played, be replaced by another, and that character is just going to be left behind because there's no second role for them to fit into, which allowed so many different tank comps to be played and added depth to the game. Their is just going to be left behind because there's no second role for them to fit into, which allowed so many different tank comps to be played and added depth to the game. There is no way out, and this is a new problem not caused by hero design, which is why
they were less oppressive, but the irony is that they were less oppressive for the support and DPS. But if you were a tank, Widow and Hanzo were much more of a problem because Widowmaker Hanzo pressure, I mean, you guys remember, right? It's a lot more of a threat to you directly. because the one shot wasn't just a one shot for the DPS and supports. It was the equivalent of almost a one shot for the tanks too.
Balance can't.
So, you know, now we're running simple math here. How do we calculate that one?
Fix it. This one is caused by the format. 5v5 has clearly failed in its mission to make tank a more approachable and fun role. It destroyed what made it fun for casuals, and that's why you're seeing these steamrolls. It can't be solved in this format via balance. It needs to be solved via a format change. Let's close this video out and put a nice little bow on this with some bullet points summarizing what we discovered today. Number 1, the new heroes didn't abide by the same rules and principles as the original cast. The game that won.
But that's on purpose. That's on purpose. If you compare a character like, not a perfect example, but look at a character like Kiriko, a character like Baptiste, right? Mercy. Now, current Kiriko, I don't know.
Game of the year. These heroes were allowed to break the rules and ended up overshadowing and just bypassing what made the game so great for so many people. Those oppressive tank metas that everyone pointed to as to why the tank role had to continue to suffer were all caused by supports, and anytime a big tanky meta came up, a support was the root cause of that.
And that's where I disagree, right? That was definitely true pre-Rollock, and maybe post-Rollock to an extent, but no.
Blizzard and the Overwatch community continued to run away from these problems instead of tackling them head on. These DLC supports and DLC tanks kept coming out, kept getting buffs, continued to be more and more broken, and instead of acknowledging the problems, we just changed formats again and again until eventually the game ended up breaking to the point where it's at now. Balance in hero design is actually harder in 5v5 than it is in 6v6. There's much less of a margin for error when buffing and nerfing tanks to make quote-unquote everything viable. The new hero design, specifically the tanks, can't really excel at a niche. They have to be able to do it all, or they won't get picked very often. And God forbid a casual player wants to fall in love and sink all this time into these characters. Well, if it's not the flavor of the month, it's going to be very hard for you to pick it. If it has a single week.
I'm not sure if I agree with that. I think it's hard to kind of measure that one, but I also think that one of the problems about Brig was the fact they were short-sighted with her synergy. They wanted an anti-dive character that also functioned ridiculously well in Brawl and complemented every single thing else. And I think that that's true when we bring in, anytime there's a synergy, especially whether it's with tanks and supports, it's always tricky to balance because you can always be like, well, what, like for example, Sigma, right? One shield is pretty bad, but but what happens when we combine Sigma shield with Orisa shield? What happens when we combine Zarya bubble with Winston bubble? So I'm not so sure that I agree with that. I'm not sure that I understand his point 100%, where we have to make sure that characters are viable in multiple situations. Dynamic is difficult to create, but I also think when you open yourself up to niches, you open yourself up to broken synergies. Having a deep think here. Yeah, I mean, this is a good video. I think this is objectively a good video in terms of like thought-provoking, good arguments. Not something I agree with all the way through, but I've really enjoyed this video.
As a single chink in the armor, well, it can't exist as a tank. Unlike in 6v6, these new 5v5 problems cannot be solved via balance. The rock, paper, scissors ideology will always be there, and it's never been easier.
And that's why I disagree. I think that's where that's where the irony is, that he says the problem with the niche in Overwatch 2, but then just assumes that the niche will never be addressed.
Counterpick a tank and ruin their fun, regardless of the rank. And unlike in Overwatch 1, you really didn't see that problem too much in low ranks, and now your experience can just be held hard hostage by anyone else in that lobby. The reality is, Overwatch was designed for 6v6, and it simply was a better game that allowed more in that format. You were able to pick more freely, express yourself, and identify with different characters that had unique things they brought to the game more. The game simply flowed better. It allowed for more counterplay. The reality is, 6v6 was ruined by the DLC support hero design model, and tank players have been taking the blame for this for years. However, I think today this video proves to all of you at home, it was never the tank players' fault. The biggest rule breakers and the biggest game breakers have been and always will be the
in Overwatch 1, before Rollock, I think that's for
DLC
sure.
Support heroes that do it all. And the answer moving forward for Overwatch to get back to that core experience that won it Game of the Year, that made the game feel free, open, amazing, have a ton of depth, is to take this game back to 6v6 and only look to adjust the several core characters that were able to cheat the game, bypass the learning curve, and not follow the rules like everyone else, again, particularly in that support role. This game, as long as it's in 5v5, will never be able to reach its peak. And it's safe to say at this point.
I think the big thing that counts persisting is that there's like a bleeding between the term of characters that can do everything and characters where it's very easy to do everything. You know, like if you look at like a Brigitte and Moira, the amount of value in terms of cheating the system and how easy it was to do that. I don't know, quack like a duck. I think that's just the nature. I mean, I'm giving the impression that I have it all figured out, right? Or at least maybe I'm not. I'm trying not to, but I'm sure that I do to an extent. I think he's just passionate about what he's talking about. That's all. You know.
What is the point of staying in 5v5 if we know now there's no way for it to ever be better than it was?
That statement is those kind of statements do kind of annoy me. I get that.
I've been your host. I hope you guys learned a lot in today's video. And this video proves that it was never the tank's fault, but it was always the DLC supports. Thank you so much for watching. I will see you all next time. Be sure to leave a comment down below.
Okay. You know, okay, fair point. He is getting a little heavy with it.
Talk to you later. See ya.
Fair enough. Okay. I love that I'm trying. I'm like, come on, dude. I'm like, okay. All right. Just a little bit. Yeah. Yeah. Just a little bit. Yeah. Okay. I don't think he tries to stir up drama for clicks. You guys are too cynical. You guys are too cynical. You guys are too cynical. I've spoken with Samito. I really think he's just very passionate about the game. So anyway, I don't really feel like there's a whole lot to add here. I'm going to plan on making a video breaking this one down in the support debate as well. Try to maybe surmise my things. But I think even after watching it through, I don't really walk away from this debate and feel like, oh yeah, I've got it all figured out, you know, perfectly. I come away with just as many questions raised as questions answered. You know, I feel like we've confidently come away with a couple of conclusions, but then also a couple of points are raised that are very difficult and that you're going to have to chew on for quite some time and may never really have a very clear answer to. So, you know, I think that like anybody who thinks they've got this solved is kind of kidding themselves, right? Yeah, I agree with that, Joey. Where do I think ult retention and role passes play in the 5v5 debate? I don't like conflating the two. I think ult retention is fair. I think role passives have less of a role in the 5v5. I think it's more about role passives in terms of being, I think it depends on the role passive. For example, the tank passive makes a lot more sense with the amount of focus that a tank gets, being the solo tank. So that is definitely something that needs to be brought into the equation. However, support passive really should not be part of the 5v5 debate. It should be more of the support being OP debate, if that makes any sense. The thing that you guys have to be really careful of, the ult retention for sure is a 5v5 debate, because if 5v5 in its current state, current balance state, lends itself more to swapping, then, you know, until we get to the perfect, you know, Shangri-La of, you know, dynamics, then I think it is something worth considering. I want you guys, if you learn nothing else from this debate, and this is, I think, I want you guys to consider what Sam says very carefully, because as I said I think I said this in the SVB debate, I'm less concerned about what's right and what's wrong with what's realistic given where we're at, which I think is 5v5, and what does Sam freaking hate about 5v5 so that we can potentially propose solutions for 5v5. You get what I'm saying? We're not going back to 60-6, y'all. I don't think it's going to happen. I really don't think it's going to happen. But what are the problems with 5v5 that are unique to 5v5, like the tanks being focused on, the dopamine, how niche characters have died off, and how do we address those issues? You don't have to agree with the solution, but you do need to admit that he's made some good points. No, I'm not planning on coaching in Saudi E-League. I've had a lot of Saudi offers actually in the last year before Saudi E-Leagues. I had offers for Twisted Minds, for several other EU and NA contenders teams. I'm not going back into contenders coaching. Not playing on it anyway. Don't have time. So for me, this is an important video to watch, not because I agree with the conclusion, but because I agree with his problems and I agree with many of his points. So we need to find out what we need to do. That's true, maybe Mabu. That's true, maybe Mabu. I don't necessarily I'm not sure how I feel about that statement, but it's something that we should consider. Yes. So. By the way, the project thing I should probably remove because we finished that earlier. Sorry. You can drop your ideas in there if you want to. We just broke down Samito's debate. I'm about to go call it because it's been a long stream, plus coaching previous to that. So I really enjoyed watching that video. That was really fun. So make sure to check out Samito. Very opinionated guy, but very smart guy. I think the ranting and the raving and definitely plays it up just a wee little bit for sure. But I think that you got to admit the guy has made some great points and has done so probably better than any video that I've seen prior. Like I've seen a couple of 66 debates stuff, and to be honest with you, I couldn't stomach them. They were so lazy in their argumentation that there was nothing to learn. Right? Even if you guys don't like Samito, you have to admit after watching that video, it probably provoked more questions than any other Pro 6v6 video has. Yes, I can link the video. Because all I ever see is her during my tank synergies. You know what I'm saying? That's all I ever saw. Yeah. So whether you agree with the conclusion or not, it did a better job discussing some of the shortcomings of 5v5 and also support to an extent too, which is ironic because it was the opposite of what the video was about. Yeah, okay, this is a bit of a hot take. But I think Samito might have had some of the strongest arguments on SVB's debate, even though I was not in his corner, so to speak. I'm more of a 5v5 guy personally, but I think that he presented his arguments better than anybody there, I think. So, yes. Chat, I'm going to go lie down. We'll be back on Tuesday, and there's no Overwatch League. So Tuesday, we got a whole nother bunch of duty cheeks. I have no idea what we're going to do on Tuesday. We have so many projects and things to do. So stay tuned. ! Coaching! Your mama. And I will chat with you guys later. Well, I'll probably have this all in a video at some point next week. I'll keep in touch with you guys. But yeah, get rolled, duck. All right, chat. I'm going to toss a raid over to Rocket, who is a phenomenal Tracer player. Phenomenal DPS player. Contenders DPS player. Tell Rocket I said hello. I'll chat with you guys later. Shout out to the Questron raid and all the other raids as well. I'll see you guys on Tuesday. Spy a lot.